Hello world, and welcome to Free Build Friday. As you probably saw from the thing, today we're going to be building the SMP Shokugan modeling project Gridknight and Goldburn set. If this gets to be too long, I may break it up, but I really want to kind of get them both out. Get them both knocked out tonight. So, that's
Meredith Kirschman. Hi.
Hi. So, doing introduction. So, yes. Gridknight is the clone / successor to Gridman in the anime verse. He was originally a kaiju, artificial kaiju named Anti, but he converted to the side of good, and he basically remodeled himself after Gridman as Gridknight. Goldburn the dragon is this little dragon dude right here, given life by what's her name? It's in the description. I can't remember the characters' names in that movie, unfortunately, in that show. But anyway, given life by her and named after her favorite band. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're building them. I won't beat around the bush. Let's get into it. Just might do just a little bit here. Alright, we have the usual box. It's a box. Congratulations. Okay, so the big gimmick of the packaging, I showed this off last time, and I'll show it off again. It can combine with the art for the package for DYNAZENON to form one big mural. Kaiser Gridknight in the background there. Both of their heads, both of them standing in front of him. And then, of course, each side of the box art features the two of them. Back, Gridknight, Goldburn, Kaiser Gridknight. Then you also have shield mode, the dynamic cannon, Gridburn Knight, and the Kaiser Knight circular attack that you can do. So yeah. This side has Kaiser Gridknight. This side has Gridburn Knight and Dynarex. Just Gridburn Knight riding on top of Dynarex. And yeah, let's open it up. Move my laptop back. Ta-da! Oh, this one has, interesting. I was not expecting that. By the way, I never did finish painting DYNAZENON. He's still a work in progress. I will show that off when I bring him in to do the great combinations and all that. But it's taped on here very tightly. We gotta do some work to get the stuff to fit in the box. Okay. This is all the pre-painted parts, I guess. How's everybody doing tonight? Holding up, staying hydrated, staying hydrated. There's tape. I don't usually tape these things together. That's interesting. There's the cape. Big ass cape.
Meredith Kirschman. Just kinda existing.
Just kinda existing, yeah, that's a vibe. That is a vibe. I hope you're existing in a positive manner. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Just trying to be conversational while I do the boring task of trying to pull apart these bags. I don't know if it's working. Okay. That's all of them. Get my tools out of the way. Probably shouldn't put my tools up here quite yet. We have bag B, bag D, that's bag A, this by process of elimination is bag C. That has bonked my camera. Quite a lot to work with, as you can see. You want to focus? There we go. Okay, and the instruction manual. And where is my single piece of candy? It's not in here. No gum. What's the fucking point? What's the fucking point? Did it fall out? I'm gonna find it later and I'll be like, oh, there it was. Oh, okay, whatever. No gum that loses its flavor in 30 seconds after all. I cry. I cry. Get a picture of my contents here. Check the instructions first. See if Gridknight rather. It's 5. Is it all 5? Is there anything that's numbered 6? Doesn't look like it. Oh, so this is all reused from Gridman. Okay. Okay, I see. So they are split. Maybe. See what they got here. Gridknight and Goldburn set. Versus Gridknight. And the extra parts. And Goldburn on the back. Yes, okay. Okay. I kind of wish this was like the Gunpla sets where it told you what frames you need at any point, but whatever. Bandai Candy could learn a thing from their big brothers at Bandai Hobby. Learn a lot of things. This is all Goldburn stuff. That's the effect bits. These are new parts for Gridknight. I'm a little intrigued here how he's supposed to combine. Let me cheat and look at the instructions here because I want to see something. Just how the heck he's supposed to be. be combined. Chogataryu Kaiser Gridknight. Okay. Ah, you take his legs off. Okay. I see. I was curious about it because, like, the whole thing. I'm going to demonstrate this here. To transform Dynasoldier for Dynazenon, you bend his legs backwards like this. So his legs bent all the way backwards. And now the Gridman mold, his butt is too big and it can't move that way. And it's like, so maybe they remolded Gridknight for this. They have not. Instead, it looks like what they have done, they just added an extra part. So they don't make him support the weight at all, actually. They put a frame around him that takes all the weight. This bit. Yeah, he's got a frame that takes that will support all the weight, and reposition his legs behind him, and attach the arms too. I guess it's clever, for lack of a better term. It's something. Very corner cutty, but like at the same time, I get it. They had no idea that this was going to happen when they engineered Gridman 5-6 years ago. And they want to use the molds as much as possible. So, it is what it is. And so for the same reason that I'm okay with the cheating of the arms on Dynazenon there, I can live with this. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, well, I'm sorry. Okay. This is 1A. 1B. And it turns out, by the way, if anyone cares, I built Gridman, SSS's Gridman, exactly 4 years ago today, it looks like, based on my Facebook memories. DF. So it's just kind of karmic that I'm here several years later, building the successor on the same day. Same calendar day, March 15th. Oh, popped the piece off the runner already. Where do you go, stray piece? Where do you go? Looks like it is this. 5C18. No point taking these out of the bag yet. These, however, I do need. A C. This is C. D and E. Then my extra parts here. And the stickers. Let's see how much of these I need. Probably a lot for Gridknight. Something. I'm running over something. Okay. Let's get into it. And for tonight's entertainment, I shall be watching whatever the fuck I want to.
The most violent, most edgelordiest superhero cartoon ever created by a guy who knows a thing or two about being a contrarian for fun and profit. If you're looking for a story about a guy who wouldn't think twice about killing a killer or using the F word because it makes him sound cool, you've come to the right place. I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Spawn, the animated series.
Alright, so we shall start with Gridknight. This is the Gridknight. Kind of a big deal.
Spawn, the animated series, also known as Todd McFarlane's Spawn, is an animated series that originally ran 18 episodes over 3 seasons from May of 1997 through May of 1999. A genetic descendant of Batman the Animated Series, with more graphic violence, more profanity, more nudity, and way fewer episodes. 400 years have passed. Once again, it is time for a new warrior to emerge from the darkness. Throughout time, the battlefields have changed, but the prize has always remained the same, the human soul. Al Simmons is a former U.S. Marine with a talent for killing.
All right, we should start with the head.
Jobs ultimately betrayed by his friends,
No, we
his
shan't.
soldiers, his country, and his own faith. At the moment of his death, he cut a dark deal
Yes, we
with the
shall.
forces of darkness, just so he can see his.
I was like, do I want to? I will.
More time. A contract signed in blood with his own soul as collateral. The terms of the deal predictably in favor of a devil called Malbolgia. No longer Al Simmons, he's become a soldier in Hell's army, a hellspawn for the rest of eternity, or his own destruction at the hands of heaven's angels, whichever comes first. When Simmons returns to Earth, 5 years have passed, and his wife Wanda is remarried with a child. Simmons' own body is rotten and buried in a cemetery. His soul now trapped in an equally rotten corpse of a body wrapped in a shape-changing battlesuit he can control with his thoughts. Armed with magical chains of variable length capes, spikes, and a limited supply of magical hell power, he's stronger and faster than he was as a human despite his appearance. As his memories return to him and the terms of the deal become clear, Simmons seeks to dispense a new brand of justice for all, motivated by his sadness, his anger, and his desire for revenge. And so the game has begun again. After 400 years, a new warrior takes center stage, preparing for the great battle. And with him comes pain, death, and the vile stench of brimstone. Todd McFarlane was born in 1961 in Calgary, Alberta. That's due north in America's hat. He read comics, he drew comics, and in 1977, when he was 16, he created a character called Spawn, but he also liked to play baseball. In fact, he wanted to play professional baseball and spent most of his time outside of school playing baseball. In 1983, he injured his ankle, which allowed him to dedicate more time to working on his art. In 1984, he took one last swing at the big leagues, but the Toronto Blue Jays said, no thanks, eh? From there, he dove headfirst into becoming a professional artist. He mailed out hundreds of portfolio samples to every comic book company mailbox he could find. It didn't take long for him to go from his first professional work, a backup story in issue number 11 of Coyote for Marvel's Epic imprint in 1985, to a 2-year run on DC Comics' Infinity Inc. And then from DC's Batman in 1987 to Marvel's Incredible Hulk through November of 1988, and then a historic run on Marvel's The Amazing Spider-Man. McFarlane's art on Spider-Man not only re-energized the title at Marvel, but it attracted a new generation of comic book readers to the character and to McFarlane's distinct art style. Through the late 80s into the 90s, McFarlane was one of several artists working at Marvel who became more popular than the characters they were working on. In 1992, he joined Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, Eric Larson, Mark Silvestri, Will Sportatio, and Jim Valentino to leverage that popularity. They started a new publisher called Image Comics to set a new standard for creators' rights, to indulge in the creative freedom so long denied them by editorial shenanigans. Each artist brought their own original creations that, I assure you, were legally distinct from and in no way inspired by the comics and characters they had previously been known for at Marvel. Any resemblance is purely coincidental. For his creator-owned book, McFarlane resurrected the character he created when he was 16. Spawn got a makeover, a new backstory, and in May of 1992 set a new independent sales record, selling 1.7 million copies. That kind of success gets noticed by everyone. Historically, that meant an entire industry built around superheroes and selling those superheroes to kids. From toys to cartoons, breakfast cereal, lunchboxes, bed sheets, clothing, coloring books, stickers, toothbrushes, bubble bath, and more. Now, anyone who's actually read an issue of Spawn knows why that approach wouldn't work for Spawn. Yes, there have been plenty of R-rated characters marketed to kids: Predator, Robocop, Rambo, Freddy Krueger, Alien, and Toxic Avenger, to name a scandalous few. But McFarlane wasn't interested in softening Spawn's spikes to make him more kid-friendly when there was a prime young adult market with money to spend that had already propelled him this far. In 1989, Batman demonstrated that the demographics for superhero properties were a lot more diverse than the market had previously served. Coincidentally, in 1992, when issue 1 of Spawn was released at Image, Batman was continuing his journey down a grimmer, grittier, more mature path in theaters with Batman Returns and on television with Batman the Animated Series. On the surface, both appropriate for kids, but upon further inspection, definitely intended for an older audience. In 1993, Image recruited more creators with more original characters, including Sam Keith and his book, The Max, books that use the medium of comics and the genre of superheroes to explore more adult themes like depression, homelessness, and sexual violence. In 1994, McFarlane was done talking to potential Spawn licensees, trying to make products that just didn't understand what he was trying to do. When talks with Mattel fell through, Todd started his own company, Todd Toys, to make toys the Todd way. While The Crow pushed the gritty superhero concept a little farther down the dark alleys in theaters, Spawn's popularity as a toy almost single-handedly established a larger scale for action figures with a higher degree of detail and paint applications. In 1995, Todd Toys was changed to McFarlane Toys because Mattel was worried that people might associate his Hell monsters with Barbie's younger brother. Most of McFarlane's toys were characters from Spawn or related to Spawn or possessed the same kind of aesthetic elements of Spawn, like spikes and chains and giant knives and various demons and monsters from hell. The comics sold, the toys sold, and film and television adaptations were inevitable. It was merely a question of which networks and studios would give him the creative freedom without editorial shenanigans. For instance, Columbia Pictures wanted to make the Spawn movie. But when they wouldn't capitulate to his creative demands, McFarlane sold the rights to New Line Cinema for $1 on the condition that he retain merchandising rights and a higher degree of creative input. On television, Fox had done well with Batman the Animated Series, telling some of the most mature, complex superhero stories ever aired. But McFarlane didn't want to just tell adult stories. He wanted to tell adult stories with adult language. HBO wanted in on the emerging adult-focused animation market and met with McFarlane about a Spawn series. Todd only had one question for them as he recounted the story in a 1997 interview. Quote, "I wanted to ask one question. Can I say the word f***? If they let me do that, there's 100 other things I could get away with too." McFarlane's vision was a show that was, quote, Silence of the Lambs, The Godfather, and Seven all in one cartoon. HBO said yes to and many more of the 100 other things, including a $6 million budget and full creative control, citing natural-born killers as an example of a movie that they had previously shown with extremely violent content. According to a 2017 CBR story, McFarlane explored the possibility of an anime-inspired approach, potentially recruiting animation veteran Peter Chung of Aeon Flux fame, as well as duplicating the visual style of Sam Keith's The Max animated series, which beat Spawn to television when it aired on MTV from April to June 1995. Spawn artist Greg Capullo took over from McFarlane in 1993 after he stopped drawing the monthly book to focus on running the business of Spawn, worked on the visual design for the series. 5 of the first 6
line his
seasons
eyes there.
by Alan
Bring them out.
McElroy, who made his debut on Halloween 4 in 1988. Become a YouTube channel member today for $1 a month to get access to an exclusive monthly video. For March 2024, that exclusive video is the history of fruit stripe gum. So click the join button below this video or click the link in the description to become a YouTube channel member today.
Don't let the demons take you. 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 Let the demons take you. Sunday at midnight.
4 months into production in 1996, HBO reached out to Eric Radomski to see if he would be interested in joining the team. HBO was concerned that the project wasn't quite coming together. They were getting a little nervous and wanted a veteran like Radomski in charge to make sure there was someone with experience to help manifest McFarlane's vision. Radomski's contract at Warner Brothers Animation had just ended. He and Bruce Timm were responsible for creating the previously mentioned, wildly successful, groundbreaking Batman the Animated Series. His most recent projects were some development on the feature film Batman Mask of the Phantasm and Superman the Animated Series, and director of 13 episodes of Freakazoid. Radomski was more than happy to join Team Spawn, even though by his own admission he had never heard of Spawn. What he was more interested in was pushing the bounds of adult-targeted animation, further exploring what he started on Batman the Animated Series in an even more friendly environment. My words, not his. One of Radomski's first calls was to composer Shirley Walker, whom he knew from his time at Warner Brothers. She had already done her time with superheroes, composing music for Batman Returns, Batman the Animated Series, the Flash television series, and Superman the Animated Series. Radomski said she was his first and only choice, that she was fully on board with his concept for a mostly electronic and very organic score. While the heavy shadows and darkness of the visuals borrowed from the look of Batman the Animated Series, the music set a clear tonal difference between the two, opting for unsettling spookiness over heroism. Radomski directed 4 of the 6 Season 1 episodes to bring some unity to what he described as integral to McFarlane's vision, although he has admitted that even he was taken aback by some of the violence and language, calling it, quote, gratuitous and unnecessarily repetitive. He fully supported the level of drama, sophistication, and maturity in the storytelling they were attempting to produce. While the animation was visually striking and revolutionary when compared to standard television superhero
Space Police Policeman. Neato.
Indeed. So I'm finding out, you probably missed my intro. Pause, damn it. So this is I was curious about Gridknight because, like I said, the Dyna Soldier to combine to DYNAZENON, his legs just fold 90 degrees back, his knees fold 90 degrees back. The Gridman mold cannot do that. His butt is too wide. They gave him cheeks. And of course, Gridknight is just a remold of Gridman. So I was curious if for this release they would remold his waist. Turns out they have not. They simply threw another part on the runners to move all the combination joints off of him, basically. So this is looks to be a straight re-release of the Gridknight from the last premium Bandai set in 2019, whenever it was, 18-19. So that's your fun fact of the whatever. And welcome to the stream. I'm trying to sand down these antennae. Easier said than done. They're at a hard angle. Hard angle to smooth. Here is his head. Maybe. There we go. Those bits are tight. Okay, one Gridknight head. Focus, damn it. There we go. Alright, only other extra parts on him are 2 alternate hands for the circular mode. Okay. Alright. Continuing.
They could build on in the future. By the studio to find ways to pull the best. It wasn't exactly what they had. Education and maturity in the storytelling they were attempting to produce. While the animation was visually striking and revolutionary when compared to standard television superhero fare, it wasn't exactly what they had hoped for. Radomski and McFarlane worked to find ways to pull the best out of what they considered subpar animation being delivered by the studio to assemble a show that was close enough, something they could build on in the future. Spawn's voice cast was packed with actors who could deliver the gravitas and range of performance needed for a story about an undead soldier from hell. Keith David played Al Simmons and Spawn. Dominique Jennings was his wife Wanda. Richard Dysart played Cagliostro. John Rafter Lee was Jason Wynn. Michael Nicolosi and James Haynes took on the Clown and Violator, respectively. Other performances were delivered by Jennifer Jason Lee, Michael Beach, Michael McShane, Ronnie Cox, Ming Na Wen, James Hong, and Eric Roberts. Spawn, the animated series, premiered on HBO May 16, 1997. Each episode featured a live-action introduction with Todd McFarlane himself, taking a break from working on a page of Spawn in what appears to be an abandoned castle that doubles as a warehouse for overstocked Spawn merchandise.
You think this is slick back? This is pushback.
Dressed in a suit, hair slicked back, Todd was an aesthetic halfway point between Rod Serling and the Crypt Keeper. To set the mood for each episode, he posed questions that would make Jonathan Frakes proud.
What would you do if at the moment of death, a voice from the darkness offered you the chance to live again?
No, not this time.
The killer should be killed?
No way.
Do the things we do in this life screw you in the one that comes after?
You're right. It's fact.
If you had to choose a slow searing ride on Satan's carousel, or watching helplessly by as your best friend got it on with your lover, what choice would you make?
It's an urban legend that never happened.
The sixth and final episode of season 1 aired in June, giving people more than enough time to get acquainted with the character if they didn't read the comics, because the live-action Spawn movie hit theaters just a few months later on August 1st. Spawn did make a handsome profit at the box office, bringing in almost $90 million, roughly double its production budget. But one could argue that Spawn, the animated series, had comparable success at the home box office, getting picked up for a second and third season through May of 1999. Neither McFarlane, Radomski, nor HBO were fully satisfied with season 1, chalking it up to a learning experience. That said, McElroy left the production, and instead of a single writer's voice, McFarlane recruited a team of writers, which may have contributed to the change in tone. Madhouse, a more experienced animation studio, was brought in for season 2 and delivered higher quality, more consistent animation. They had worked on Japanese productions like Ninja Scroll and U.S. productions like Pirates of Dark Water. But according to CBR in that same 2017 article, HBO wasn't too crazy about the scripts and ordered rewrites after the animation had already been turned in. To accomplish that, it required significant redubbing, recycling of animation, and new dialogue that didn't match the lip sync. That said, Radomski cites season 2 as his favorite, with, quote, the most focused and logical and believable storytelling of the 3 seasons. Also, the overall quality of production, music, sound design was pretty close to what I originally intended for the series. In 1999, heading into season 3, HBO lost Radomski, his team, and Madhouse Animation. By that point, Spawn was a remnant, as HBO was out of the original animation business. Frank Parr, who worked on Batman the Animated Series and Disney's Gargoyles, replaced Radomski on Spawn. Spawn couldn't survive underperforming in the ratings or HBO's move away from animation. Resources previously allocated for animation were increasingly spent on much more popular live-action series like The Sopranos and Oz. Not to mention legal issues McFarlane was facing over a character that played a key role in Spawn's mythology and the HBO series. In 1997, professional hockey player Tony Twist sued McFarlane and HBO for using his name as the mob boss in the series. The character name was carried over from the comics, but Twist only became aware of it when the series aired on HBO. Perhaps things might have gone differently if the Tony Twist character was more heroic. In 2000, a jury unanimously awarded Twist $24.5 million. McFarlane appealed and got a new case in 2003, but the new jury awarded Twist $15 million. McFarlane filed for bankruptcy to rearrange his businesses and ultimately settled out of court with Twist for $5 million in 2007. Very little, if any, merchandise was produced unique to the animated series, with a healthy line of action figures based on the comics already on shelves. McFarlane would have been competing against himself with another line of action figures for a show that was already based on comics. Not to mention that he already had a competing line of action figures on the shelves at the same time representing the movie characters. Spawn the Animated Series was released on DVD and VHS recut as 3 movies: Spawn, Spawn 2, and Spawn 3, The Ultimate Battle. The Spawn and Spawn 2 animated movies were also released on Laserdisc. A 4-disc 10th Anniversary Signature Collector's Edition with all 18 episodes and bonus features was released in 2007. Some video releases have both an uncut edition, which is the series as it aired on HBO, and a special edited edition recut to pass a PG-13 rating. As of this video, you can stream it on HBO Max. Spawn the Animated Series carried the DNA of the more popular, more successful, more influential Batman the Animated Series, while pushing the extremes of adult-focused animation farther than Batman could have at the time. In 1997, Variety called it, quote, as dark and complex as anything HBO has attempted in the live-action arena, and visually it's quite the stunner. HBO wanted different, and it surely got it. But the things that made it unique were also the things that were the focus of the harshest criticism. Ed Bark, writing for the South Florida Sun Sentinel in 1997, said he can't imagine why viewers would want to subject themselves to such a relentlessly grim, gruesome, dehumanizing experience. Mike Duffy in the Detroit Free Press said Spawn was, quote, a dark, violent, obscenity-laced cartoon series based on McFarlane's dark, violent, and popular comic book about a dead CIA operative brought back to life as a monstrous soldier of evil. Not nearly as cool as it thinks it is, Spawn arrives as post-apocalyptic animation hooey for jaded Gen X cynics. In 2007, McFarlane announced that Spawn the Animation was on the way, a new animated series unrelated to the original series other than that it was about Spawn, and McFarlane was developing it. 2 years later, in 2009, he said he was still working on it and that the voice recording was 85% done, and an all-star cast including Keith David returning to the role of Spawn, Mark Hamill, Clancy Brown, Michael J. White, Phil Lamar, Bruce Boxleitner, and Carl Weathers. He said the only thing he had left to do was pick a studio, put some music on it, and it's done. As of 2010, he was still hoping to return to HBO, but also shopping it around to other potential networks. We live here in the future and know that this still hasn't happened. It could, in theory, someday, but more than likely, it's dead. Or perhaps waiting to make a deal with the devil so that it can return to our world so we can see it one last time before it returns forever to a hell of Todd's own making. What a day. Thanks for watching. Please hit like and subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Thank you very much to those of you who already are. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, if you would like early access to the videos ad-free, as well as behind the scenes
together.
peeks at upcoming projects and exclusive monthly podcasts about
Something's
the
not
show,
fitting right.
please visit our Patreon at patreon.com/toygalaxy. We have a new shop for all your Secret Galaxy t-shirt print and pin needs. Check that out at secretgalaxy.shop. All
forgot to
merchandise
put in the
is
neck
physically
piece
in
as
stock
well.
and ready to ship. Let us know in the comments down below if you watched the Spawn animated series back in '97 when it aired, or if you watched it since. I remember looking forward to its release just like I did with the comic, and then checking out about 3 episodes in, just like I did with the comic. Turns out, for me, the idea of McFarlane's original characters and stories was more interesting than the execution. But don't worry about Todd, he's done very well without my dedicated support over the years. He's fine.
He's got all them baseballs.
That's fascinating. I didn't know there was a Spawn animated series. I don't know much about Spawn. It's just kind of always existed in my periphery. That's why I liked Secret Galaxy. Something's not fitting together right. Let me finish the back piece, D2. That's the back panel. I was hoping they'd make a new mold. I'm a little disappointed here. I don't know why I don't know. Then you're going to enjoy what my algorithm feeds me. If you don't enjoy what my algorithm feeds me, that's okay.
Block train, guys, and what else did you think we're here for? You know, we're not here for a bloody bikini run. We're not here for a travel expo. It's none of that, mate. We're not road testing your favourite dog. Mate, we're here for block trains, and look at this. She's absolutely shocking a block, mate. Wow. Let's give her a whack. Come on, mate. Well, this is the first time she's been off in probably its whole life. And look at that. There we go. That looks like it, guys. That looks like the inspection opening to the drain, and it looks like it's seeping out. And let's give it a little tap-a-roozy with the hammer. I don't know if anyone's seen Happy Gilmore. Tap-a-roo. But anyway, I'm carrying on like a pork chop. A little whack. Is she going to burst open? Here we go. Is she under pressure now?
Actually, I'm going to be right back. I need to get my... It's time to do some painting, so I'll be right back. Because I got to get my tools for that. Burb. Okay, sorry about that. Had to take care of something. And back now. Picking up where we left off, I need to paint some silver bits. Probably some more than that. But definitely some silver bits on the chest here. Let's see, sticker 8. I don't have orange. That's annoying. I don't have an orange marker. Red. I guess I can make the red light. Whatever. And then the silver collar. Let's smooth that down as much as I can. It's lagging, isn't it? Let me put that off. That's not helping. Turning back to manageable bit rate. 14% dropped frames. What's going on here? If anybody's watching, how's my stream quality? It's coming up, it looks like. Okay, back in the green. I have to stick to watching stuff on my phone. That's annoying.
Oh, she's not under pressure. Here we go. Is she under pressure? No, she's not under pressure. Only one under pressure was the great man Freddie Mercury. But anyway, we're going to send the jet downstream of here and see what we can come up with. Alright guys, let's jet this drain cleaner. Let's fire Mr. German up and make sure he's nice and clear. I always like to just give her a little squirt beforehand to make, yep, he's ready to go, mate. He is not blocked. Just try and feed the hose downstream. Obviously make sure that we're not going upstream. Alright, before we fire this jet up, I just want to make a, look, 110% sure that I'm going the right way, because there'd be nothing worse than bloody sending this upstream and squirting someone in the backside as they were sitting on the dunny. But anyway, let's fire up, guys. And we are away. Alright guys, so we've gone a fair few meters already. We're going to keep going. We haven't hit the blockage yet, but I'm telling you guys, this is living the dream. I bloody love this stuff. Wow, it must be a fair way down. Alright, I might want to turn this off for a second, reassess the situation, guys. It'd be nice to find some sort of inspection shaft. Generally, they can be on the boundary somewhere. We'll have a little wander around, but there's nothing obvious. You know, we've gone a long way. It'd be really nice to find an inspection point which connects to the council sewer. That's generally where these issues happen. You see all these trees along here, you know, it could just be simply tree roots getting into the drain. So there's no point in jetting a country mile to bloody, you know, to the issue. And if we could find the inspection shaft somewhere and just jet from the inspection shaft. Alright, let's continue the good fight, guys. I mean, look, if we clear it within a couple of seconds, it wouldn't make for a video, and I wouldn't be having a bloody yarn with you guys. So, you know, bring it on, I say. In fact, I challenge this drain, you know. Come on, give me your best shot, mate. There is no drain that I cannot clear. I bloody hope that doesn't backfire. Guys, in the comments, tell me, let me know, where on earth would you rather be? Because old mate, user 67983, last week sent me a message saying, "Oh, Bruce, your job's disgusting. You must hate life, mate." It's like bloody fishing using these jetters, guys, and we're getting so bloody close, guys. You know, persistence will pay off. We're going to be rewarded with just this unbelievable feeling.
It's right now just painting the silver collar on
Stay
Gridknight
with
here.
us, guys. We will get this. At some point we will bloody get this, guys, but we just keep on persisting. And what's going on here? Is it good at teasing us again, guys? It's good at bloody teasing us, you know? But that's alright. I'm not going to give up. I never give up. We just continue on. You know, we got a tank full of petrol. The jetter's not going to stop anytime soon, so we're just going to keep going, guys. I mean, it's more time for me to hang out with the Drain Cleaning Australia family, so to put... Hang on a sec... Guys! No, it's teasing me. Oh no, have we got it? Have we got it? Come on! Come on! Oh, I think it's bloody teasing us, guys. I reckon we're ripping through roots, guys. I think we are ripping through roots. Look at it! We've got it! You little beauty! Oh, bloody hell, guys. And that's what happens, you know. Persistence. She's paid off. We've got her. What a satisfying moment. And I'll ask you again, where on earth would you rather bloody be than right here with me, unblocking this absolute ripper of a drain? Oh, mate, so far so good. Let's have a little wander on outside and hopefully we can see it all flowing through this inspection point right here. And look at that, guys. I mean, it's Christmas come around again, mate. It's Christmas come bloody early.
See if I can't get the little orange bits.
All right, you bloody legends. Let's get stuck into this one. As you can see, the inspection point just before we get to the grease trap. Mate, she's seen better days. We'll go for a wander just up here. There's another inspection point which is chock a bloody block, mate. It's just what dreams are made of. Alright, so the drain comes from the shop all the way around here under the concrete, obviously, and past this inspection point and through here into the grease trap number 1. It gets filtered through, goes through grease trap number 2, and that is where she exits, mate. We'll have a look in here. A little bit of a cricket hangout. We'll take this inspection cap off, and the levels are down, the levels are low, because that's a gully, it's a P-trap, that is the correct level. Well, it's obvious that there's an issue inside the grease trap. Let's get the lids off.
Bumped up on that a little too much there. Do that later. Alright, so that's that. I'll just wait to put that together.
The levels don't look too out of the ordinary.
I'll wait to put that together. In the meantime, what can I do? Can I do the lower waist?
It's telling me that there's an issue at that first inspection point.
C1
Between
gets
this
what
inspection point here and where it goes into the tank. Just under the concrete here. Well, guys, this is almost too easy. You know, should I do this with a blindfold? Maybe I will. You wouldn't have a clue. I've got the blindfold on. Alright, guys, bear with me because this blindfold has blacked everything out, guys. I've got no idea where I am. I'm just trying to feed this to all of that. Have I got a hole in one? I'm that good. But anyway, enough mucking around. And let's just get this bloody drain sorted, guys. I've got a feeling this is going to be in and out within about 10 seconds. I mean, that's the famous last words, though, isn't it? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Alright, let's fire up. This bloody handle's stiff. Let's fire up, guys. Let's get stuck in. And we are away, and guys, this is what it's all about. This is it, you know, there's nothing better. Have we got it already? Well, she's putting up a little bit of a fight, and I think this drain knows I'm wearing a bloody blindfold, mate, and it's just going to play a couple of games first. But I reckon we'll get this smashed out the park pretty quickly, and look at that!
9 and 10.
One cue, you little ripper! Will I set that false alarm off a little early?
Blue, okay.
Maybe I have. That's alright, guys. That is perfectly alright. You know, the longer we are here unlocking the drain, the longer I get to spend with the legendary Drain Cleaning Australia family. And guys, this is it! I keep saying it, and I keep meaning it. And I keep jumping the gun, because I'm just excited, guys. Yeah, when we do clear this, we're probably not going to see a great big gush, because, not inside the grease trap anyway, because, well, I don't know. I don't know if the levels are too high in that grease trap. I don't think they are. But the inlet pipe inside that grease trap, I don't think I'm going to be able to see it. So we'll continue on. Hopefully we'll see something. And look at that, guys. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold your horses. Wow, we got it, guys. Look at that. We can't see the inlet connection to this grease trap, guys, but look at this. I mean, if that's not a free-flowing drain, then I don't know what is. You tell me. Well, I would have liked to see some sort of movement in the grease trap. It just looks very, I don't know. Can you see that, guys? Or is it just me? No, I can see some movement. That's good. It's working the way it should. I don't know what I was expecting. You know, fireworks or
Waste
something.
needs some more
I mean, the
too.
more I think about it, there was never going to be any fireworks inside these tanks because they've got
Pelvis.
filters, and the filters are simply doing their job. Now let's have a look, and this is where the filter water from the outlet of the grease trap will be. And look at that, guys. With the light on now, and mate, that is what filtered grease trap water looks like. It, mate, do you know what? It's a waste. You could fill your bath up with that, or you could bloody fill your drink bottle up with it. It's so fresh. It's just
Let's
a
get
shame
silver
to go
and
down
black.
the drain,
Okay.
mate. Alright guys, so now it's started to jet inside the filter because the filter is what was blocked, causing all these issues, and now you can see everything is flowing just like magic. You know, it literally is like magic. Just have a wander over here and guys, if you've never had the privilege to smell inside a grease trap, bang it on the bucket list, mate. So I'm going to test it all out now. I'll look down here, make sure it's flowing through there. We see, can we see? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Like magic. Bubbles and all, mate. Bubbles and bloody all. There, I'll turn me torch on. There we go. Now we'll just kick the cleaning rags off. I mean, I'll kick me undies off and we'll just spruce this place up. Well, man, have you ever been in that situation? Oh, no, I've got to dash off to the shop now. I don't have a cleaning rag. Well, yes, you do. Pull your undies off, mate.
He's fun. So it's just the raised bits. Let's find something more interesting. Wait, I was gonna watch. Oh, fine, let's watch this.
Abandoned YouTube channels have always been unsettling to me. I get an uncanny feeling upon discovering
Meredith
a channel
Kirschman.
once full of
How goes it?
It goes. Just some light paint work here. I was a little surprised, I don't know if you've heard my commentary, that this is basically just the same mold as the Gridman I built some years ago. Verbatim. To make it work with the new stuff. They just added some extra external bits. It's a good comparison of skill though. Because I did not I wasn't painting back then. Now I'm painting, and so that's fun. So you can see my painting.
Meredith
right
Kirschman.
here.
Gridman.
Gridman, baby dan dan, baby dun dun, baby dan dan, Gridman. Yeah. Need to find something that doesn't require paint so that I can build it.
Meredith Kirschman.
Or stickers, I guess.
Nice painting.
The arms don't have stickers. The legs will have stickers on the inside if they're the same as the Gridman legs. Maybe not. Perhaps not. Okay. Let's build some arms and legs then. A9, A10, and B9 and 7. How are you doing? How the hell are you doing? I lost Meredith.
Of life, now forlorn and forgotten. Uncanny feeling upon discovering a channel once full of life, now forlorn and forgotten. Years gone by, over a decade in some cases, with no activity. The sad reality with many of YouTube's abandoned channels is that the creator didn't forsake their station by choice. They were compelled to by tragic circumstances. In today's video, we'll be looking at various disturbing examples of such cases regarding abandoned channels. These are the dark stories behind abandoned YouTube channels.
Ooh. They grew up and decided not to do YouTube anymore.
On YouTube, there once existed a channel known as Natural Selector 89. When you try to visit this channel today, one is met with a 404 not found and YouTube's default "this page is not available" error screen. A rather unassuming disclaimer. But what you must know is that this 404 page hides one of YouTube's darkest abandoned channels. One that we can get a glimpse of using tools like the Wayback Machine. Natural Selector 89 was once a channel that discussed nihilism, atheism, and posted various threatening videos and comments regarding gun violence. Red flags were all over the place.
Meredith Kirschman. Gonna go to bed. No ain't.
Good night.
It seemed like nobody saw these obvious warning signs. This is the story of Natural Selector 89, the Finnish YouTube shooter.
Hello everyone, this is me, Natural Selector 89, talking to you, friends and haters and everyone else.
The YouTube channels Natural Selector 89 and Sturmgeist 89 were created by an 18-year-old Finnish student named Pekka Erik Avinen, who was born in Tuusula, Finland. Now, in early high school, it's said that Pekka performed well, making good grades. It's thought that he planned to attend college after graduating in the spring of 2008. Though these plans would be derailed, however, as the young man had some serious emotional issues that would make themselves known. Eric suffered from a set of serious social abnormalities. He was very awkward around his peers and was considered shy by both students and teachers. He would habitually isolate himself from others, and according to some, He was the recipient of a large amount of bullying because of this. Eric also suffered from depression. His parents were concerned for him in this regard and tried to get him admitted to a psychiatric outpatient clinic to treat it. However, his admittance was refused, and the practitioners opted to put him on SSRIs instead of, admitting him. Eric would adhere to the SSRI antidepressants at first, but over time, him taking the pills, it became kind of irregular. After Eric started taking antidepressants, his teachers started to notice a change in his behavior. He became very aggressive towards other students, and at one point he allegedly remarked that he was going to die in a, quote, white revolution. Yes, Eric would begin to express radical beliefs, and he vocalized support for far-right and left movements. This combo of increased agitation, threats, and interest in radical groups, it was certainly a worrisome concoction. And this behavior around the time was an ominous precursor for what was to come. Eric's mental state had deteriorated quite a bit in the latter half of high school, and he would eventually set out to physically engage in the violence that he often discussed. Eric would hatch a devious plan. It was reported in March of 2006 that he started laying out the groundwork for a master plan of sorts, which was an attack on the students and faculty of his very school. And while in the planning process for this foul deed, that's when Eric's online activity commences. Eric created his first YouTube channel, Natural Selector 89, on March 15th of 2007. He would use the channel to express himself by uploading various memes, quoting philosophers, reading poetry, as well as discussing events like shootings and natural disasters, as one does. The young man would also frequently talk about atheism and his hatred for religion. These videos contain talking points where he would, in rather juvenile fashion, criticize elements of the various faiths of the world. But in the same hand, he would also confidently proclaim in one of these videos that he was a god and that he should be worshipped. Pick a side, okay? Now, Eric's channel description on Natural Selector 89 is truly a sight to behold, and I think I'll just let TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist, read some highlights from this thing.
I will read it in the most derisive voice possible, but even if I didn't, it would still sound ridiculous. Ahem. I'm basically getting more and more retards on my channel, saying I'm insane, crazy, or crap like that, because my views are different, apart from the moral majority. I am a dissident. I am an individual. I am an animal. I am a human. They are not. They live in a delusion which is called the real world. They say to me I must get a life. Heh. Well, all I say is that life is what every individual will make it be. There is no other meaning in this world, and live than what individual determines it to be. They also feed my anger with their stupidity.
In one video uploaded by Eric, he would make cryptic comparisons to The Matrix, explaining that he wasn't delusional, he just saw society for what it was. A collection of people who believed they had freedom but were actually enslaved by the government and corporations, and you guys just don't realize it. We truly live in a society. Some of Eric's content would also revolve around the philosophy of social Darwinism.
16,
to
18,
sum it up,
13.
social Darwinism, the same sort of natural selection that applies to plants and animals, well, that applies to humans as well, survival of the fittest, but in a social setting, meaning that certain, well, you might say that he was saying that some races were better than others, or people with disabilities shouldn't be around. Damn, Eric, we're really going this way? Now, as mentioned prior, atheism was a big part of Natural Selector's channel. He hated God and those who believed in religion to the point where it almost seemed like he wanted to enact violence towards these folks. Now, in early YouTube, there is one YouTuber that likely comes to mind when you hear the word atheism. Enter the amazing atheist in the story of Eric Avenin, or Natural Selector. Yes, one content creator that noticed Eric's melodramatic and edgy videos on social Darwinism was TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. The infamous skeptic YouTuber, early internet champion of atheism, and lover of bananas.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
So for those of you who haven't heard, I've recently become embroiled in a sex scandal involving chocolate syrup, hot coffee, and a banana, which apparently is the atheist's worst nightmare.
The amazing atheist was intrigued by Natural Selector's opening videos on nihilism and found his views on atheism questionable. So TJ would start making videos about Natural Selector, justifying his coverage by saying that the Natural Selector account was the primary representative of social Darwinism on YouTube, which even if his videos only got a few, like, dozen of views, that was probably the truth or the case at the time. The Amazing Atheist would make a couple of videos criticizing Natural Selector's content, basically roasting him for essentially being what he saw as an edgy teenager who was talking about a bunch of philosophical and atheist stuff that he knew nothing about. Basically calling Natural Selector out for going Joker mode and being a whiny bitch.
A user by the name of Natural Selector 89. He is being chosen for 3 major reasons. First and foremost, he is the primary representative of this philosophy on YouTube. No one makes more videos on this exact topic than he does. Secondly, he refuses to defend his position to any subhuman that dares challenge it. Plus, despite Tanashil's insistence to the contrary, he is quite the whiny bitch.
Though TJ would end his criticisms of the Selector with a bit of good faith advice. He tells Eric that he shouldn't care about the people around him becoming mindless automatons, and that he should just worry about his own life, which is some good advice. I'm not actually sure if Natural Selector ever responded directly to TJ in a video of his own, but yeah. It's important to this narrative that you know that the two interacted and that TJ was sort of calling this guy out for his sort of skewed views on atheism and his nihilistic postings. Sometime after the TJ saga, Eric's channel, Natural Selector 89, would actually be suspended from YouTube, this occurring in October of 2007. The reason for this ban is unknown. On the same day of this digital exile, he would create a new channel called Sturmgeist89, and his content would be in the same nature of his previously banned channel, with Eric continuing to talk about religion, his hatred for it, as well as his interest in historical carnages and tragedies. An escalation would soon come, and things would get deranged shortly after, as after Sturmgeist was created, Eric would obtain his own firearms license and purchase a .22 caliber 6-hour Mosquito handgun. Equipped with this weapon, he would subsequently upload videos testing out his pistol by shooting apples and lemons in the woods. At one point in one of these lemon videos, he like looks at the camera and smiles like a fucking psychopath, dude.
That's the wrong hand, damn it. No, it's the right hand.
Eric would become obsessed with this pistol and the other weapons that he would eventually collect in the coming weeks. And with his odd affinity for massacres like school shootings, it was clear where Eric's head was at. Meanwhile, back on YouTube, the Amazing Atheist, who had been keeping an eye on Eric, would grow concerned. You see, TJ suspected that Eric had been interacting with a radical online community that was led by a YouTube user who went under the pseudonym Robin McVeigh. This channel name obviously a reference to domestic terrorist Timothy McVeigh. This Robin McVeigh account reportedly posted content that encouraged people to commit school shootings or at least discuss school shootings extensively with almost like a praising nature to it. And apparently Eric had been communicating with this account. TJ, the Amazing Atheist, would see this and attempt to reach out to Eric, offering emotional support when he saw that he was being misled by this Robin McVeigh account. But alas, TJ apparently couldn't get through to Eric. And seeing the disturbing evolution of Natural Selector / Sturmgeist, TJ would make a call for authorities to investigate the Natural Selector / pro shooter community on YouTube. TJ felt like somebody needed to look into these guys, but sadly, nobody of any authoritative capacity ever would, leading to the following tragedy. On November 7th, 2007, Eric would upload his final video to his channel, which was called Jokala High School Massacre 11/7/2007. In this video, he would share images of his own high school along with 2 photos of him holding guns colored with a crimson filter. It was clear what he was about to do. On the same day, Eric would upload multiple videos and files onto RapidShare, a Mediafire-like website. There he uploaded music and his own manifesto. This manifesto was written in both English and Finnish and would consist of Eric rationalizing his motives for a soon-to-come culling. It was his natural selection process. The manifesto highlighted social Darwinism, and Eric wanted it to be known as an act of terrorism, he says, a total war against humanity. Eric made sure to state in his manifesto that his violent tendency didn't come from any external factors and no one told him to do it. He said it all came from within. Suicide notes were also left on his desk at his house, addressed to his parents. One of these said, quote, "By the time you're reading this, I'm probably already dead." Eric would later enter Jopela High School with his arsenal of guns at approximately 11:40 a.m. 2 minutes later, he would encounter his first student, where he raised his weapon, fired, and killed the student on the spot. Eric would continue to go on to murder a total of 8 people, including an educational welfare officer who had tried to persuade Eric to surrender. Eric would respond to the peace offering by shooting the woman 7 times. Eric also attempted to burn the school down using a mixture of gas and oil. This attempt proved unsuccessful, though. A little bit before noon on this day, Eric would get into a shootout with the local police officers that were attempting to negotiate with him. He would try multiple times to reposition himself to get a good shot on him, but luckily he wasn't able to harm any of these officers. Afterwards, Eric would move to the school's bathroom, where he would put his bag and his jacket on the floor and attempted to take his own life sometime after 12:04 p.m. He shot himself in the head. However, he wasn't successful. Eric would later be carted to the hospital and he would die. The natural selector's wrath was finally over. This became an international news headline, and on the same day, the amazing atheist would upload a video titled, "I Knew This Would Happen." In the video, he begrudgingly expresses the fact that he wishes that people would have caught on to this earlier. He did predict it after all.
Today, I am vindicated, but I don't feel good about it. You probably tell I'm not happy about my vindication, because it was something that I warned you would happen, something that I told you to be mindful of, and you didn't. You weren't mindful of it, you criticized me for it. Many of you said that I was being a bully, that I was picking on people. Well, one of those poor little picked on morons decided that he was going to go to school and shoot up his class, and he killed 8 people, including his principal.
In his video, TJ would reveal that Eric had messaged him a few times recently, and apparently Eric showed remorse towards TJ and actually apologized for the past hostilities between them.
I don't really have anything to say. I mean, he was nice to me towards the end of our relationship, which was very tenuous. He wrote me a few times. I ignored him because I felt like I had already done that. I felt like I'd already said my piece about him, and I didn't really have anything else to say. Right before he went on the shooting rampage, he sent me an IM that said, "I apologize for all the past hostilities between us." And I thought to myself at the time, well, that's very nice. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know why you're suddenly apologizing to me, but thank you.
TJ claims that the apologetic message was sent right before the shootings occurred. TJ the atheist would end his video with a statement in which he proclaimed that
we shouldn't turn him into a monster, and we shouldn't turn him into a hero. We need to think of him as exactly what he was, a pathetic fucking teenager who didn't know that what he was doing was wrong.
the Sturmgeist Natural Selector saga has been forgotten by most. In my view, this is one of the most disturbing instances that led up to an abandoned channel. This next abandoned channel story is truly a sad case. It's the unfortunate tale of Wildebeest 88883333. A teenage creator who was killed in an infamous natural disaster, one that he eerily foreshadowed to years prior to his death. Will Norton was born on August 19, 1992 in Joplin, Missouri, to his parents Mark and Trish Norton. Will grew up with a happy-go-lucky attitude and was described as someone who loved meeting new people and making sure they felt included and welcome. He had aspirations of becoming a filmmaker and would make the decision as a teenager to start a YouTube channel. Will Norton had created his YouTube channel Wildebeest 88883333 on September 26, 2006. And he began making YouTube videos in November 8, 2007, where he gleefully shared various details of his life with the public.
Oh, life is good. That's right. It's a school night and it's late and I should be asleep, but I can't make myself go to sleep. I am just in way too good of a mood and I don't even know why. I have no reason why, to be honest. Sometimes it's good to just be happy. And sometimes it's good to just make a YouTube video. Well, this was fun. No, I'm kidding. I'm not leaving it yet. Jeez, what are you thinking? Come on, use your brain here, people. Wow, you all are like, man, will we sell the crack now? No. YouTube drama, stay away.
His videos were mostly comprised of traveling footage as well as interesting trivia, facts about animals, and other subjects that interested him. While creating content, Will would find some success, as he would eventually be invited into the YouTube Partner Program on May 13th of 2008.
Is that an advertisement, Will? Oh, no, it's that. That would be a banner, yeah. That's right, I'm in the YouTube Partner Program. I'm really excited. This is going to hopefully motivate, is a good word, motivate me to make better videos.
He would continue to make YouTube videos about his life as a teenager. His channel serving as a diary of sorts, where he talked about pet peeves, life updates, plans for travel, stuff like that.
Here's my pet peeves. Let's take a picture for MySpace.
Alrighty.
You're so completely bored that you decided to take a picture for MySpace. Get your sunglasses on, you look all cool. That's good, I like it.
Oh, I look ugly.
Not ugly. I mean, it really is a good picture. But of course I don't like it. This next one usually happens when you're taking a test. Typically a standardized test. And they do that. Will you stop that, please?
Oh, sorry.
Even one video where he excitedly talks about getting a Hummer for his 16th birthday, his prized possession.
Hey guys, so a lot of you know, my birthday was August 19th, and I appreciate all the nice messages and comments and emails and everything y'all sent me wishing me happy birthday. That really made it special. Also, as all of you know, if you're following me on Twitter, I got my car. It's a new Hummer H3.
Now there's one notable video around this time that we need to talk about. This video being something of an uncanny foreshadowing to Will's own demise. It was uploaded in May of 2009 and titled I Nearly Died. It was a crazy story where he talks about how he survived a very powerful thunderstorm on the way to school one day.
It's May 8th, 2009, and today I nearly died. I wake up this morning and it is storming like crazy. I can hear the hail on the roof. I look out my window. The pool is going crazy because there's so much water flowing into it. The trees are crazy. It's still pitch dark outside and it's like 7:20. So I get ready really fast and I rush to school, out the door, and then I'm leaving for school and there is just tons of rain. And it's like the street is just like one entire puddle. And I'm going and there's trees down in the road. So I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh, I'm going to be late. I passed through 18 stoplights on my way to school. 4 of them exploded. And then I saw so many ambulances, which kind of freaked me out because I had to pull over into the big puddles and I was like, ah. Keep in mind, I drive a Hummer, so really I shouldn't have any reason to be scared. And then I turn on the main road of my town, and the wind is so crazy. You just see water. It's like horizontal rain, and all the cars are like veering. I was having trouble keeping my car on the road. I drive a Hummer. This should not be happening.
While telling the story, he details how he almost lost his life in the squall due to its intensity.
Anyway, I get there, and I turn on the road that my school is on. There's a power plant right by it, and it explodes. Like sparks go all across the road and like hit the road. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. Right in front of my car. I was freaking out. I made it safely home, and I think I'm just gonna go take a nap for the rest of my life because I didn't die. Oh my gosh, I'm done. I am done. I'm never driving in weather again, ever. Bye guys.
This wouldn't be Will's only encounter with violent storms, as the dark irony of this piece of content would make itself apparent many years later. Meanwhile, as Will continued to create content, it would be revealed that the young YouTuber wasn't the only one in the Norton family who had the urge to be creative online, as his sister Sarah Norton also uploaded videos to her own YouTube page. Her content mostly consisted of makeup tutorials and fashion vlogs. The two were extremely close, as she described him as the most incredible brother anyone could ask for. And she said Will was someone who truly valued happiness. Now back to Will, he continued to find success and even had some brushes with actual famous people. See, at one point Will expressed that his biggest idol in life was Kat Von D from LA Inc.
If you don't know this about me, which a lot of you do, I am obsessed with Kat Von D. Like, here's my room. This is a picture of my room. Yes. That's how obsessed I am with Kat Von D. I have her book. I have 5 posters of her. I think about her constantly. She's through the background on my phone and on my computers and everything. Yeah.
Apparently the video of him discussing this got back to Kat Von D, and the artist tweeted at him. This resulted in the two connecting, and Will later going to LA to meet up with her. Will made a YouTube video talking about all of it. Increasingly successful in the online world, Will also thrived at school. In school, Norton was an excelling student, and as he continued to make content on his YouTube channel, his passion for filmmaking only increased. And that goal would be fulfilled near the end of his senior year of high school, when he would be accepted into Chapman University, which was a difficult program to get into. Will Norton's life seemed to be set. But sadly though, as you all know, Will the Beast is an abandoned channel. And with a dedicated creator like Will Norton, it's obvious that his absence wasn't by choice. In May of 2011, Will would have another run-in with a severe storm. This time, the young man wouldn't live to tell the tale. Will Norton was set to graduate from Joplin High School on May 22, 2011. The ceremony was held at the Missouri Southern State University campus, which was near the outskirts of Joplin, northeast of downtown. Storms were in the forecast on this day, but few in town expected what was to come. As Will's graduation ceremony wrapped up, weather conditions began to rapidly deteriorate. From what Will's sister Sarah recounts, they weren't all too concerned though, as only a tornado watch had been issued for the area that day, meaning that there was a possibility of a tornado, but an active twister hadn't been spotted. Tornado watches are common in the Midwest, especially springtime in Missouri. Many folks from Joplin likely expected nothing more than a thunderstorm. Will wasn't worried. He had survived many in his time. So at this graduation, despite the weather, there wasn't much panic. Will and company certainly weren't dilly-dallying though, and with their son officially graduated, the Norton family decided to head home. They would split up, with his sister and his mother driving together, and Will and his father driving home in Will's prized Hummer. As Sarah drove home, she noticed the sky turning an ominous black, and winds picked up. Her gut began to tell her this was no routine thunderstorm. Something big was descending upon Joplin. Driving with her mother in the passenger seat, Sarah developed a sense of urgency to get home, flooring her vehicle as fast as she could, running red lights to beat out what looked to be a developing tornado. Sarah's tornado instincts didn't fail her this day, as such a twister had just touched down near Joplin. It was a tornado that would unleash natural horrors dwarfing all that the state had seen in the past several decades. The 2011 Joplin EF5 twister had come. This massive, nearly mile-wide tornado approached Joplin from the southwest and was killing virtually all who crossed its path. All on the roads at this point were sitting ducks for the storm. Sarah and her mother would make it home as the storm raged. Their power soon went out and debris buffeted their home. Thankfully, though, it appeared they were going to be spared from a direct hit by the tornado. But what about Will and his father? Desperate for an update, Sarah called Will on his cell phone, to which he would quickly pick up. It was difficult to make out what was going on, but Sarah says in this brief call she could hear Will's father faintly yell out, "There's a tornado, pull over!" And moments later, a gusting roar and a loud crash overtook the audio of the phone, and the call was almost immediately disconnected.
Shit. And we talked to him, I was trying to talk to him, I said, "Dad, are you there? Can you just answer me, please? Are you there? Are you there?" And so, finally, I heard him say, "Will," because Will was driving right now, I was in the passenger seat of his H3, and I finally heard my dad say, "Will, pull over, pull over, pull over." He goes, "There's the tornado, pull over." And then I just heard this wind suck them up, and I could tell it was really bad. I could tell it wasn't just outside the car somewhere. I could tell that they were getting blown up in the tornado. They were getting sucked up, and I could hear glass and everything. And then finally the phone went dead, and I kept saying, "Dad, can you hear me? Just tell me you're okay. I love you. Can you hear me?"
It seemed as if Will had crossed the path of the tornado and his vehicle might have gotten sucked up into the vortex and tossed. Yes, during the tornado, Will's Hummer had found itself right in the middle of the storm. It said that when they were being sucked up by the twister, Will's father attempted to protect his son, covering him up while the tornado overtook the car. But the force of the tornado was too strong, ripping Will not only from his father's arms, but from the entire vehicle. Will was snatched out of his seatbelt by the winds and sucked through the Hummer's sunroof. His fate was in the hands of Mother Nature at this point. The gargantuan Joplin EF5 was the deadliest tornado to occur in the United States since 1947. It killed 158 people, as well as an additional 8 indirectly. Injuries from the storm added up to 1,150. Over 8,000 buildings were damaged. Among those, 4,000 were destroyed, amounting in $2.8 billion in damages to the area. Among all of these grim statistics, it was the costliest tornado in American history. The remaining community members of Joplin were left to pick up the pieces of this freak storm, and their first task was to rescue those trapped and to find the missing. The Nortons were dealing with such an instance of missing family members. Will and his father never returned home. Sarah and Mom would drive around town for a while, and they did find Will's Hummer. It was completely ravaged, and Will and his father were nowhere to be found in the wreckage. They hoped that perhaps they were rescued and taken to a hospital, so the remaining family members would go to the local hospital. And there they would discover that Will's father was indeed there. He had had a torn bicep and several other serious injuries. When he came to, he would inform them that Will was sucked out of the car and he wasn't sure if he was alive. Over the next several days, the family would continue their searches and continue to call hospitals to see if Will had showed up. No luck. Eventually, 5 days later, the family would finally be notified that Will's body had been found. It was in a pond near the area that the tornado had destroyed his vehicle. Will was dead. As news traveled about Will the Beast's passing, many reached out to social media to express their condolences, including Kat Von D, Will's idol, who would draw a picture in memory of Will Norton. On June 9th of 2011, Sarah Norton would upload a video going over everything that had happened to their family from her perspective. She would also go on to applaud her brother and say that he had been a man of God, and he was truly blessed to have lived a miraculous life where he saw many things and had many adventures. Sarah was astonished by the love and support that he was receiving posthumously from fans and viewers. In 2013, after receiving donations, the Rotary Club at Will's school opened a handicap-accessible ballpark playground that was named after Will, called the Will Norton Miracle Field. As a result of the Joplin EF5, Will's channel remains abandoned to this day. His sister Sarah would issue another memorial for him on her channel in 2020. And I think I'll end this segment with a brief quote from that.
So what I usually try to do every year on May 22nd is try to remember Will and do things that he loved to do. So that usually means going to Starbucks and getting a white mocha, his favorite drink, or going to Sonic and getting an ocean water, which was his other favorite drink. He loved to take pictures with his tongue out, colored blue from the ocean water. And I like to try to spend the day with people who I love most and who understand what I'm going through. So that usually means my husband, obviously my daughter now, and then lots of times we spend the day with my parents. Sometimes I like to go to Will's gravesite, but if we're being honest, like that's not where I feel closest to him. So I love having pictures of Will around me, especially on this day. If you'll notice, I turned my entire film room into like this wildebeest fun room, and I absolutely love looking at these pictures. It makes me so happy. I love going through all the pictures and videos on my phone that I have of Will and me. It just brings me a lot of joy and happiness, and I don't know, just reminds me of all the great memories that we've shared together.
Harley Dilly and Harley Dilly 2.0 were channels created by a teenage boy from Ohio named Harley Dilly.
What's up, boys? It's your boy, Harley Dilly.
These pages were a hub for the teenager to upload video gaming content around the Madden series and the trading card game that was ancillary to this franchise. But Harley's content isn't what makes him notable. It's the bizarre circumstances surrounding the abandonment of his channel. See, Harley abruptly vanished, and his channel has been left untouched since December of 2019. In what would eventually become a law enforcement investigation and an alleged conspiracy plot that swept the online true crime sleuth community into a frenzy, this is the story of Harley Dilly. Let's begin with a bit of personal life details surrounding Harley. It's said that he has some issues.
It's coming together.
14-year-old Harley Dilly from
Coming
Portland,
together.
Ohio. His life revolved around gaming. According to his mother, Heather Dilly, her son had a video game addiction. Gaming would cause turmoil in the Dilly house frequently. Heather revealed in an interview that at one point the family had become concerned with his perceived addiction and they took away Harley's games, resulting in him throwing a particularly angry fit that caused the police to be called. Outbursts such as this were said to have been somewhat common from Harley. The young gamer suffered behavioral issues and was diagnosed with Asperger's when he was a young boy. As a child, he would get in trouble at school as well and had to regularly attend counseling for his behavioral issues. As a teenage gamer, Madden football in particular became an outlet for Harley to channel out pent-up energy. He found the competition in these games too enticing to put down. According to Harley's mother, as his skills in Madden and other games grew, Harley expressed that he wanted to become a full-time gamer and online gaming influencer. He had aspirations to be a YouTube content creator or a streamer perhaps. Make that money, you know what I'm saying? Harley's personality would become completely defined by his affinity for gaming and online content creation. His passion for it so obvious to his peers that Harley was voted most likely to become a YouTuber in his high school yearbook once. He would regularly upload gaming videos and also these vlog style videos where he could be seen complaining about his parents. All this content would be posted to the Harley Dilly channel. Yeah, in addition to his gaming content, as I just mentioned, he would sometimes discuss issues in his personal life in detail. Family drama notably. One notable video in this regard was published in October of 2018. And it has him discussing an altercation with his mother, which ended up with the police getting called, similar to a scenario we talked about earlier.
Hey guys, what's up? It is Harley Dilly. Probably one of my worst days of my life. So, basically, I was at school and I was science test. I finished it and my computer says 1% battery left. So I get to the next class and I put it on charger as quick as possible, but it didn't charge. None of the computers would take a charge. So I took it back and I had to fill out a complaint, and that's one of the most expensive parts of the computer. And my mom said she's not paying anything. That's when I got home. So then my mom wanted me to go with her to go get a friend, and I said I don't want to. I have work to do, so I want to go home. She said no. We argued for about a good 5 minutes. Then she snapped. She said she was gonna call police, and she said she already did. She said, "Who do you think that first call was to?" And she said it was the police.
Harley seemed rather upset with his life circumstances, to say the least. Now, sometime around this upload, Harley Dilly would create a new YouTube channel called Harley Dilly 2.0. His reasoning for doing so is stated in the channel's description. Quote, "This is my main channel, but temporarily named because other channel is getting deleted in 2 years." And I gotta be honest, I don't exactly know what Harley means here. Maybe this was like a secret channel that his parents couldn't know about. I really have no idea. I don't know if his first channel was terminated or what, but his explanation just doesn't make any sense. If that makes sense to you, will you please tell me what that means in the comments? So from August of 2019, Harley Dilly would post to the Harley Dilly 2.0 YouTube channel. And after creating this channel, he seemed full of energy and was excited for the future, stating in one video that the depression was over.
Oh boy, the depression is over.
In his first video, he would declare that his main goal would be to reach 1,000 subscribers within the next 2 years.
But now we are on to bigger, new things. And that means that this Harley Dilly YouTube channel, the goal is to reach 1,000 subs in the next 2 years.
Most of the content on this channel would consist of gaming videos with him playing games revolving around Madden, particularly Madden Mobile, because apparently his family had taken away all of his gaming consoles for bad behavior, and the phone version of Madden was all that he had left. Speaking of Harley's parents, they have shared their thoughts regarding Harley's online presence on occasion. And unsurprisingly, they really weren't all too thrilled, at least according to a criminal justice update posted by the Attorney General's office in Ohio. They said that Harley was just super careless in the way that he published content. Like, he would be filming a vlog update video while taking a bath, you know, naked, which I guess the kid didn't realize why that might be a problem. It's also claimed that Harley would post his address and phone number on social media, which is bad for a variety of reasons, and that coupled with the bathtub thing, I mean, I get it, parents. All this aside, though, as Harley grew older, problems only worsened in his personal, social, and family life. In school, Harley continued to get into trouble. According to his mother, he was
like he
at
went
one
to
point
juvie?
suspended from school for allegedly slapping a student, which would lead to him getting an assault charge. According to his mother, Heather, when Harley finally returned to school, he would go on to hit another kid.
But he also got in trouble at school. He got OSS for slapping a kid in school and has assault charges. In fact, we just got the papers Saturday. And he never thought that he would get that. They're not going to do anything. They didn't do anything. You know, so we kept telling him, no, you're going to end up in DH if you don't change your ways. But he don't believe it. He's not accepting that this is a consequence. Because then he got in trouble after he went back from OSS. It was next week sometime. He got in trouble again for kicking a boy in the balls.
Harley would also have more altercations with his parents, disputes that reportedly would result in him running away to stay with friends. The only reasonably stable element of Harley's life at this point was his YouTube channel. He continued to post through 2019, and his page seemed like the only place that we truly see Harley happy. He loved making content despite his family woes, school drama. Harley found a way to put a smile on his face when the camera was on and the gameplay was rolling. So, with this being his only respite from the chaos that was his life at the time, why did he stop uploading? Why does the Harley Dilly 2.0 channel sit abandoned?
Sounds like he got arrested.
YouTube upload would be published on December 10th of 2019. It was Madden mobile gameplay with commentary. Nothing out of the ordinary.
The only game I watched of week 14 was the Browns, and then I watched a little bit of the Chiefs versus Patriots. Boom, Austin Eckler with the touchdown. Well, that took a while to score a touchdown with him. Not saying that it's his fault.
A little over a week later, a mysterious set of circumstances would play out that had the internet and law enforcement up in a frenzy looking for answers, as Harley would go missing. According to reports, on Friday, December 20th, 2019, Harley woke up and reluctantly went to school after insisting to his parents that he should be allowed to stay home for the day. His parents wouldn't budge, as it was the last day of school before Christmas break, and they thought, Harley, you really just need to go. I mean, you're about to get a vacation anyways. So later, Harley Dilly would be spotted on a neighborhood surveillance camera heading to the direction of his school. However, Harley would never make it to his destination on this day. He seemingly vanished from the face of the earth and would never be seen alive again. The school day would come to an end, and Harley never comes home. His father would report his son missing to the authorities on the following day, on December 21st, at 11:50 p.m. Now, the reasoning given that they waited for such a long time in between the disappearance and the report is apparently because they were used to Harley running away and thought that this was just another one of those circumstances. Maybe he was staying with a friend. But after an entire day had passed, they figured that wasn't the case and started to actually get worried that something bad had happened to Harley. Yeah, it is a little bit suspicious and kind of weird. I mean, many of you out there probably grew up in a house where that wouldn't be the case, but whatever. On December 22nd, 2019, police began searching a 150-acre area around where Harley was last spotted, hoping for a miracle. Given Harley Dilly's history for running away, Port Clinton police didn't initially suspect foul play. They thought it was just a missing child case. Being treated as a runaway child case of sorts, on Christmas Eve, the investigation would escalate as the local authorities would issue a missing child advisory. The search would go nationwide on December 27th. This story would hit the internet as well, and internet sleuths from around the world would begin to pry into the details of the case and the history of Harley Dilly's online presence. These sleuths began to become suspicious of his mother. Internet detectives soon took to social media to accuse Harley Dilly of murdering her own son, sourcing interviews that she had previously participated in with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, claiming she was lying in these interviews about everything. They also found an old stream that Harley did where he was complaining about being locked out of his house. And this would be used as evidence against Heather Dilley by these conspiracy theorists.
And I went to talk to my assistant principal because he's like the only person I can really trust in this. So I went to talk to him, and he told me that my mom never called the police. So she lied to me to get me scared, and she locked me out of the house. So right now I'm outside. Yep, the house is locked. It is 3:30. I haven't ate anything.
They claim that she was a neglectful mother, or at the worst, killed him. Real-world police, they didn't share the suspicion that the internet sleuths had, though, surprisingly. The police had actually done somewhat of an investigation on the parents already, even having cadaver dogs go into their house and look around for Harley. They didn't treat them as suspects at all. They had been totally ruled out. Heather was also spearheading a social media effort at the time to find her son, and even posted a video to Facebook urging people to help find Harley.
Find me. You all want to see what I look like when I'm not taking my meds to help. You want to know what it's like to have a son missing. It hurts. It makes you feel like you can't go on, but you have to go on. You don't understand. You seriously don't know what it feels like. Stop bashing my family. Harley, please come home. Please come home. Let him go. Please. I want him home. I'm tired of crying. I'm tired of being strong when I can't be. You guys are such monsters.
A guilty party could do something like this, I guess, but it's unlikely. You know, people were saying she was pulling a Christopher Watts move, if you know what I'm saying. Despite the mother's visible distress regarding this situation, online sleuths continue to accuse her of murder and other serious crimes, you know, maybe kidnapping or child trafficking. The police would catch wind of these armchair amateurs and would comment. Quote, "It's unbelievable," Chief Hickman said. "I never really looked at it that way until I started following other cases of people who went missing. Some of the same people commenting on Harley were on those pages. So I don't know if they just sit at home and think up conspiracies. I don't understand it." An award of nearly $20,000 was offered to anyone who knew about where Harley was or what could have happened to him. And this reward would eventually help in police getting a break. On January 13th of 2020, a tip would come in that led to police performing a search of an unoccupied summer home that was across the street from the Dilley residence. There, they would make an astonishing discovery, as Harley's coat and his glasses were found on the second floor of the property on the ground. Knowing he could likely be somewhere at the house, they performed a hurriedly yet thorough search of the entire place. And during this final scrying effort, Harley Dilley's body was found. The location of the body baffled all in attendance, as his remains were lodged in the chimney of the home. Looks pretty sus at first, but after thinking things over, police determined that there was still no foul play. They presented the following explanation for Harley's untimely death. Harley Dilley left his house that morning and never had any intent to go to school. Rather, what he was going to do was find a place that he could camp out for the day and simply return after school was out, so it looked like he went without ever having to go. It was cold outside that day, so Harley needed somewhere somewhat warm to stay in, and that's when he got the idea to stay at this vacant summer home. This house actually has an antenna pole outside of it that is climbable, and they said that Harley climbed up this pole, scaled up it, and then basically tried to enter the house through the chimney, fell through, and got stuck. In the process of trying to get himself loose, Harley would lose his jacket and his glasses, which fell down and emptied out through the bottom of the chimney. He was never able to free himself, and Harley died from asphyxiation, lodged in the flue. Many in the local community were satisfied with this explanation, and Harley's death was deemed a freak accident of sorts, a tragedy nonetheless. But even with his body found and the family officially cleared, the online mob still raged. and they continued to try to pin the mother as being responsible, or went as far as alleging that the cops were trying to cover for them. Something that really fueled the conspiracy fires took the form of this picture, which showed Harley's coat hanging from atop of a door in the same house where Harley's body was found. This photo is somewhat confusing, as if Harley Dilly died in the chimney flue, then how did his coat get on the door? Well, it was later explained that during evidence collection and photography, one of the detectives put this, coat up on the door. Were the police lying, and was this coat put up there by whoever killed Harley or whoever had trafficked him? Well, and credit to the conspiracy theorists, there was something wrong about this, but it's not in the way that they were suggesting. The police had actually fucked up in the process of taking evidence, and somebody had moved the jacket up to this spot on this door, and a photo was taken of that as well, which made it seem conflicting to the story that they presented. Basically, somebody moved some evidence that they weren't supposed to move and took a photo that they shouldn't have taken. This lapse caught the police department off guard as the rookie mistake got published online. Quote, "The mistake that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life is we hung the coat on that door," Chief Hickman said. "We should have blocked the windows during the search, but that's hindsight." When police confirmed that they were in fact the ones who put the coat above the door, the ferocious true crime addicts didn't believe their story. This virtual aggression manifested into the real world as protesters and demonstrators would flock around Fort Clinton all through this investigation and even after the body
right
had
about the
been
lower
found.
waist.
They criticized the job authorities were doing and demanded the cops bring in the FBI and National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. In all reality, both entities had been a part of this investigation for weeks at that point. Some protesters even got arrested for trespassing onto the property where Harley was found dead. The online sleuths would later create a petition on change.org for the arrest of Harley's parents, citing negligence. This petition got over 40,000 signatures. Despite a concluded investigation and official documents that exonerated the parents from any wrongdoing, people on the internet still believe that Harley Dilly's parents were responsible for his death to this day. There are some elements behind his disappearance that are somewhat suspicious, but I think if you piece together the backstory of Harley and his troubles at home, I think it is certainly possible for a kid to try to climb up an antenna tower and camp out into a house. Naturally, Harley Dilly's channel now remains as an abandoned YouTube channel, and in case you were wondering, that's how it happened. That was the story of Harley Dilly. It's always unsettling when you discover an abandoned YouTube channel. Finding a page that was once full of life and activity sitting dormant and forlorn. It always makes you wonder what became of the creator. The answer isn't always clear at first. Now, most of the time these folks decided YouTube just wasn't for them and they moved on to greener pastures. But in a handful of cases, like Kinney Beach, for example, and the next abandoned channel that we're discussing, their final video is directly related to the reason of the untimely abandonment. Which brings us to the story of Hobstobe, the train surfing YouTuber who met an unfortunate demise. James, or Jim William Stobie, aka Stobe the Hobo or Hobstobe, was born October 23, 1984. James would join the U.S. Coast Guard and serve 4 years. He would be honorably discharged. In addition to being a military veteran, Stobie was a veteran train hopper as well, and had been doing this for 10 years at the time of his channel's creation. During his ventures, he would document his escapades in what was more or less a guerrilla filmmaking style, showcasing his travels from train to train across the country.
Greetings, viewers. Stone Cold Steve Austin here. Stobe the Hobo, whatever. Basically, little update here. This is, first of all, this is near Lake McConaughey, Nebraska. And this line here, for the rail fans in the audience, this is the UP Powder River Basin connector line from North Platte and the big, overland main line, Chicago to Oakland line. This is where the coal comes down out of the mines. We got double tracks. So this way you've got North Platte, and then that way is the mines. There's tons of trains through here.
These rail riding ventures would be uploaded to his YouTube channel, which was created on February 15th, 2012. His first video would debut 3 days later. In the video, the 27-year-old Stobe would introduce himself as a regular guy who just needed to get from place to place.
Whoa,
My name is Jim Stubby. Let me tell you a little about myself before we get to our main topic. I'm 27 years old, and my age, I've kind of come to a point where when I travel, I want to travel in style. I want to get there fast, and I want to feel very comfortable. And so therefore, this new method is something I will now showcase to you.
Instead of using more conventional methods, Jim would convey that he had a different approach, train hopping.
The method of travel I plan on using is known as cargo freight train riding.
His first video acted as a tutorial of sorts, showcasing what items you bring when you're train hopping and the procedure that you use from going to train as safe as possible.
I will now detail the various accoutrements I will be bringing along with me on this trip. A reasonably warm sleeping bag. A crude and yet fashionably colored pack. A comfortable one-piece fleece jumpsuit to be worn underneath this one-piece cotton jumpsuit. And while this one-piece cotton jumpsuit does come off as a bit crude and forlorn, might I add that very many famous movie stars and musicians have worn this exact outfit.
Now, many might romanticize train hopping, but in reality, it's a dirty, rugged way to travel, and is incredibly dangerous no matter how careful you are. Jim tried his best to be as cautious as possible in his videos, but nonetheless, the threat of death was always there. Stobie told the Daily Dot in 2016, quote, "I've tried a lot of ways to get attention as an artist. This seems to be the only one that people notice. I'm really disappointed with modern boring life in the United States, and the fact that traveling basically requires a personal vehicle these days. I only make YouTube videos that are original content, and this is a way to do that with a total glut of material on YouTube these days." He would also speak to the Daily Dot about the dangers of train hopping, saying, quote, "Trying to get on or off at high speed or with too much alcohol in my system. A specific instance would be dismounting while fatigued or blitzed, wiping out and watching a wheel go 2 inches from my face, the man apparently almost falling off and getting hit by the train's wheel. Many believe that Jim was some sort of homeless man given the name of his channel, but in fact he had his own apartment and had many other talents that could bring him money. Jim was an accomplished piano player and scored music for the background of his videos. Not to mention he was in the military, meaning that he likely got some benefits. Throughout his ventures, Stobie would travel through the state of Illinois, the cities of Toledo, Fargo, and Jacksonville, and other cities around the country. He also traveled to Indonesia, as well as hitchhiked to Denver on July 4th to see fireworks there. As the channel gained traction, Stobie would pitch the idea for fans of his content to fund his travels. That way, he could provide even more content for viewers to enjoy.
Let's talk about the costs of doing one of the trips I do for a minute. I'd like to start by saying any voyage, whether you're going to Mars with Elon Musk or traveling by cargo train, requires a budget. Unless you want to eat dumpster food and drink tap water for an entire month, you're going to need money for food, beer, an occasional hotel, and then just some extra cash for a bus ticket if you get stranded, or a trespass ticket, any number of things.
He would also include Patreon incentives for donators. From 2012 to 2017, Stobie would regularly upload his adventurous thrill rides to his channel. Almost 40 episodes were published. His videos had something of a nostalgic feel to them. They were very lo-fi in quality, and it was almost as if, you were watching a guy LARP as like a Great Depression era train hopper / panhandling. It was a way to see a part of America that you really don't see normally, the tracks and the area around that. Jim had other YouTube plans as he wanted to create a channel where he was stationary in it. He admitted that he had ideas for a commentary channel that he would call Stove Attack, where he commentated on current events and news stories that popped up. But sadly, Stove would never get to partake in this second channel, as activities on the first would lead to his demise. One of Jim's last train ride adventures would be uploaded to YouTube on November 16, 6, 2017, in which he would jump on a train in Wendover, Wyoming. In the video, you can see the type of risks he routinely took. A precarious stunt with a confident man moving with the expertise of a 10-year train-hopping veteran.
I gotta be really careful until I'm in front. Here. Careful. Okay. It's not great. It's just not great. But it'll work. I hope.
Sadly, though, shortly after this video, Stovey would be involved in a terrible mistake that would cost him his life. An unlisted video published to his YouTube channel would show Jim in the Baltimore area. He was talking about avoiding rain and apparently was about to perpetrate a train hop.
This train actually goes all the way to Selkirk. This is the 410. But, I mean, the rain, this is... Forget it. We got heavy rains going on, which I'm not into.
Now, it's never actually been officially concluded how Stowe really died, but on November 8th of 2017, Hope Stowe was found dead in Baltimore, Maryland, around some train tracks. Apparently, he had fallen off of an overpass onto the tracks below. The man was dead at only 33 years old. Stowe's death would lead to a lot of confusion online, as many couldn't fathom a veteran train hopper like him making what they saw as a rookie mistake. There were many conspiracy theories surrounding his death, but it was pretty clear that Stowe had either been hit by a train or had fallen while trying to hop on one. His body was identified due to his fingerprints that were put into the database when he was in the military. Stowe's obituary would read, quote, "To some he will become a legend through his life's work, and to others he will be fondly remembered solely for his quirky yet lovable self, as evidenced by his humor, fierce wit, compassion, deadpan delivery, solicited and unsolicited commentary on just about anything, unbridled passion for unconventional living, mad piano skills, the enormous talent that he generously shared with all the lives he intersected with, and countless other things. He will indeed be greatly missed by all who knew him while leaving an irreparable gaping hole in the hearts, minds, and souls of his family." Around the time of his final upload, Stowe had close to 11,000 subscribers. He now has 56,600 to this day. His channel remains abandoned. She seemed happy, excited to entertain, and was adored by thousands of viewers. They called her the British Boxy. Colossal Carnage 08 was primed to be a massive success on YouTube. Her last upload was May 2nd of 2010. This is her story. In January of 2008, YouTuber Boxy Babe, or Boxy as she's most commonly known on the internet, set the web on fire after going viral, showcasing her bubbly charisma and personality.
Okay, hi, my name is Bhakti, and I was just surfing on the internet like I do, and I happened across your video, and so I watched it, and you were talking about me, and so I just thought that I should make you this video to clear a couple things up.
There were many Boxy clones out there after the Queen went viral. You could say there was an untapped market for this type of creator.
One British YouTuber, likely inspired by Boxy,
would show up online about a year later, posting a similar persona to Boxy. Her name was Chloe Shaw. Chloe created her YouTube channel Colossal Carnage 08 on December 18th, 2008, creating her first video July 24th, 2009, when she was 17 years old. About a year later, though, her career would be non-existent online, as there was something else behind this bubbly personality that was unnoticed by friends and family. This brace-faced teenager's first video consisted on her giving herself a scene kid makeover.
Hi there YouTube, my name's Colossal Carnage, and it's about 3 in the morning, and I'm bored out my brains, and I was talking to a friend, and he said, oh, you know, I'm about to log off, because I know you're probably going to do an all-nighter and can't bother to go back on the PS3, I'll give you something to do. And so now we have a little wager, because I'm, well, how people have the, like, I'm scene, I'm this, I'm hardcore, I'm goth, and so I don't have one. I'm just whatever. I'm usually big baggy top from HMV and skinny jeans, whatever works. And he said, I dare you to go scene and then post on YouTube. So I thought, yeah, why not?
Videos like this back in the day got a lot of interaction, and her comments would be filled with pervs commenting on her looks. You know, it's the 17-year-old girl, guys. But Chloe fought back against these creeps and trolled them by making a jump scare video. While in school, Chloe was a successful theater kid who was attending the Birmingham Theater School. She was very witty and had great camera presence. Using her charisma, she was able to foster something of a fan base. Her mom says, quote, "She had a lot of fans on YouTube, and they just liked her quirkiness and her sense of humor," unquote. Chloe seemed to have had an interesting rapport with her fans, as she would often tease them and joke about some of the people watching her, saying they were losers, insinuating that they needed to go outside and touch grass. One such video like this is "Get the fuck off YouTube, losers."
Norm, presume your name is, I saw your rant video, and what I can take out of it is, one, you're a fat ass, and two, you need to lose weight, not because, well, not because you might enjoy being a fat ass, I can't presume anyone would. It's obviously a health issue if you're getting proportions. But yeah, lose some weight. It'll do you good, and people still won't take you seriously even when you do lose weight. Just heads up there. Keep doing this. So try that. It's probably the best. You fat piece of shit.
Chloe would continue the trend of giving herself makeovers and uploading 2 a.m. rant videos where she would criticize popular YouTubers for some time. Doing this, she got close to 300 subscribers, and she was so happy about this, she uploaded a celebration video when she crossed the mark in September of '09.
Hello, it's me. And I have 300 subscribers. And I thought, to celebrate, I should do a Sparta thing. You know, as in maybe 300, yeah. I was too lazy for that, and I found I couldn't be asked. So instead, I'm going to tell you about a dream I had.
She would also share with fans that theater school was going well, and that she had aspirations to act in the future. She detailed how she got a role in a Shakespearean play, and she did a makeover on her channel showing fans what the character would look like.
I said in one of the videos, I think, that we're doing A Winter's Tale, a Shakespeare project, and I have the role of Mamilius, who's a little boy, and Autolycus. Now, Autolycus is a con man, or in my case, a con woman, and the way we've set it is, well, the second half of the play is 20 years after the first half of the play, and we're doing it in the 40s and then the 60s. So I'm basically a hippie selling myself and drugs to everyone because it's all about free love and hippies and woo.
Around the time of the play that she was in premiering in 2009, Chloe would upload a video revealing that she had finally gotten the braces removed. She seemed happy and everything seemed to have been going great. She explains that she just got a guy's number that she was interested in and was hanging out with old friends and reconnecting with people from her past. Sadly though, things weren't as they seemed, as Chloe had something of a mask on, you could say. After December of 2009, Chloe Shaw's uploads to the Colossal Carnage channel started slowing down. Her final upload would be on May 2nd of 2010. It seemed like any other upload from Chloe. She just was being bubbly and charismatic in the video, rambling about whatever she wanted.
Hello. Been a while. Sorry about that. It's just, I've been in the outdoors living life, and I dyed my hair purple, which you can't really see here, but I'll put a photo in. Ha! So yes, that's how my hair actually looks now. But you can't see because it's so dark in my room, because I'm hanging around in the dark and reflect. No, not really, I can be emo as shit. I hope you're brilliant. This is going to be a quick video now, because I've got home and I'm flustered and I thought, do it now when you're excited and happy and not doing what you've done for the past 3 weeks, months, possibly, and go, oh, just wait, don't worry, they won't mind, and then it'll be even more subscribers. And I'm sorry, so hello new people. Love you all people, big hugs around. I hope you can feel the love here. Yeah, I totally lost where I was going with that, but I'm quite comfortable hugging myself. There's no one else will. They will. If I dread them.
This video was titled Pal. It's the most viewed video on her channel, and that's because it was the last thing she ever uploaded before committing suicide. Reportedly 3 weeks after this video, Chloe Shaw made her way to the Sully Hill Park.
She wouldn't leave the park alive.
She was found later in the evening by a passing dog walker. Chloe's death was a shock to her family and many in her fan base. The exact reasoning behind her making this choice is unclear to this day, but there are some theories out there. There was a contingent of online trolls that despised these creators that were similar to Boxy and Chloe. And some speculate that, well, she might have been receiving some serious trolling and bullying behind the scenes. After she had passed, Chloe's mother started to notice a bombardment of hate comments on her channel, with trolls vocalizing their pleasure about Chloe's death. Quote, LOL, she's dead. Ha ha ha, the bitch is dead. Chloe's mother would go on to say that it felt like she had been assaulted. Quote, it was like somebody had punched me. I was winded. I felt sick. It's inhuman because the lack of empathy is astonishing. I'd like to have one of them stand in front of me, and I'd like to say, okay, you're not hiding behind your little name, and you're not hiding behind your little cartoon picture.
All right, there he is, Gridknight.
British authorities were notified about this.
He is exactly the same as Gridman, except for the head sculpt.
Investigate the accounts posting these hateful comments. YouTube would speak out about it as well, and they tried to take action and ban as many accounts as they could. This small group of detractors would go away with time, and Chloe's channel remains up to
Oh, he doesn't have a
you can visit it now,
access, whatever it's called.
and it acts as a memorial of sorts. Rest in peace to Chloe Shaw. An abandoned channel that sits at over 100,000 subscribers is Geriatric 1927. While the reason for Geriatric's disappearance from YouTube isn't super disturbing and is probably somewhat obvious, that doesn't mean his story isn't remarkable. Geriatric was truly one of the first successful senior content creators on this platform. And he used the final years of his life to impart his invaluable wisdom to the younger folks out there. This is the story of Geriatric 1927. Peter Oakley, aka Geriatric 1927, was an older YouTuber born August 20th, 1927, and he had quite the life with plenty of stories to tell. And in his old age, he discovered YouTube. The old man became addicted after finding these videos and decided that he would start uploading content of his own.
I got addicted to YouTube, and a fascinating place to go to see all the wonderful videos that you young people have produced. So I thought I'd have a go at doing one myself.
He created a YouTube channel in August of 2006. His first few videos were essentially test footage with him tinkering about trying to figure out how this, YouTube thing works. And these videos in and of themselves were interesting to others on the platform. An old man on YouTube back in 06 was like super rare.
There was a when they
So this means unused.
they kitted you out with a new set of clothes. Yeah, which of course was good. I had quite a nice suit and everything that went with it, shirt and tie and shoes and a suitcase. But the silliest thing was also a trilby hat. Well, there was no way a young man of 20 was going to wear a trilby hat. I think they must have bought a job lot in or something. But I don't know what happened to it, but actually I wish I'd got it now, because it would be so kitsch as to be, in present terminology, cool.
Yes, Geriatric's channel became a must-see sideshow of sorts in the best way possible. To highlight his popularity, it's said that at one point he had 4,700 notifications from YouTube in his email inbox, meaning he frequently received comments from curious viewers. Users wanted to know why an old man was making videos on YouTube. So, Peter decided that he would tell his life story in a series called Telling It All. This would basically be an autobiographical series that went deep into his history. Some of his stories would involve childhood retellings about how he witnessed as a young teenager the bombings of his hometown by the Nazi Luftwaffe.
It was one night, and there was an horrendous noise of bombs falling, and an enemy bomber had fortunately crossed our lane, dropping a series of bombs as it went. If it had gone down the lane, there would have been very much more chaos and casualties. It did hit one house, and of course with the nasty consequences of the day, you would imagine happened. But we were quite lucky in that one of the bombs in the sequence did land at the end of our garden. At the end of our garden there was a park called Waterloo Park, and that bomb didn't go off and was subsequently defused and taken away. If it had have gone off, if we were in our shelter, I dare say we would have survived, but certainly if we were in the house, we would not.
But he would reveal that he joined the British Army during World War II after being drafted. There he became a radar technician.
From the age of 16 and you're getting near to 18, you're waiting for that brown envelope to come through the door that's going to say you've conscripted, drafted, I suppose, in the American terminology, into the forces. And of course the envelope always comes.
Geriatric highlighted that these radar techs were crucial to the war effort, and mechanics were sworn to secrecy, taking oaths to protect information harvested from the enemy. He even claimed that if you leaked, you would get killed. He talked about how he met his wife and certain hobbies that he got into, such as motorcycles.
The college that handled the sort of work that I was involved in was in Leicester, which is a town in the very centre of England, and it's there that I met my future wife. You've been dying for me to tell you that, haven't you?
Peter would become the first grandpa of YouTube, and his channel was a hit, taking off in the algorithm. Geriatric had risen up in subscriber count to the point where he was the most subscribed channel on YouTube. Yes, an old man. Geriatric also holds the record as the first YouTuber to reach 25,000 subscribers. He had a huge influence on the platform, and his work would go on to inspire other elderly creators to make content. Peter was pleased to see this, as the man had a goal of getting more old folks involved in the online world, so that the memories of his generation could be preserved. Yeah, Geriatric was truly a trailblazer for senior citizen content creators. He's the one that got the ball rolling. He does not support Feature Man, though. Or, what's the other dude's name? Creepy Ed? Throughout his tenure as a YouTuber, Geriatric would upload 434 videos between 2006 and 2014. He would also set up a second channel that was purely dedicated to music called Geriatric 1927 Blues. Unfortunately, Peter's age would catch up to him, as in 2014 he would be diagnosed with an advanced stage of cancer that was untreatable. His final video would be published in February of 2014, and Peter passed away about a month later on March 23rd, 2014 at 86 years old. Although Peter's life was over, his channel continued to obtain interaction, as his account would hit the 100,000 subscriber milestone 9 years after his death in January of 2023. Peter Oakley is a YouTube legend in a variety of ways. He encouraged more people to come onto the platform, especially older ones. It's always a good idea to go back to the Geriatric channel and pay your respects, but that's Geriatric's story. Yotzlaya is a now abandoned YouTube channel once operated by a man named Brian. It was a classic Let's Play style channel that attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers. They played Borderlands and other games, but the growth of this man's media career would come to a crashing halt one night when the YouTuber decided to make an ill-advised railroad crossing. This is the story of Yotzlaya. Brian Joseph Rickard, aka Yotzlaya, was born December 17, 1982 in Terre Haute, Indiana. Brian was a blue-collar young man who lived within rural Indiana, where he would have two sons, named Matthew Wayne Rickard and Dawson Lee Rickard. In his spare time, he liked to be outdoors and hunting. But what he really loved was video gaming. It would be the catalyst for his YouTube channel's creation, Yotzlaya, of course. Brian would start his channel on March 2nd of 2007, but it wasn't until September 8th of 2010 when he started uploading. The majority of Brian's content at the time was minimal, simple gameplay footage, but he would eventually evolve a bit and started using a microphone to record commentaries.
Alright, boys and girls, Yodi Slave here. Got a Modern Warfare 2 gameplay for you. Doing a special dual commentary. I got my brother-in-law here. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, everybody?
Hey, fellas, this is Crown and Coke on the mic. We have a Ground War Team Deathmatch on B-Rail.
Alright, that is Gridknight. Circular! But Gridknight Circular is his attack.
As a content creator, Brian grinded as much as
Okay,
possible.
those parts are unused.
Playing a variety of
Toss
games.
those.
Whenever he started playing Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies in March of 2011, things really changed for
Take off
Yo.
anyway, just for the hell of it.
Alright, what's good, Joe? Say, I got your Black Ops Nazi Zombies gameplay. And this is the last 5 minutes of my level 58 run that I had. I epically fell here in a minute. I was literally dozing off in the middle of this game.
Black Ops was the start point, Borderlands would be the explosion. After posting Borderlands content in October of 2012, his views shot up to receiving about 1 million per video, and his channel was growing exponentially. In addition to Borderlands and Black Ops content, Brian also posted Yotslaga vlogs, where he showcased himself hanging out with friends and family. Brian also streamed.
On September 1st, 2012, Brian would in fact stream for 13 hours, 33 minutes, and 37
Okay, so that's
seconds
these bits.
in celebration of his 1,337th video.
Which spells out LEET if you don't know. Needless to say, Brian enjoyed his newfound career as a YouTuber. It allowed him to provide for his family in a way never before.
Not really anything I can do with those.
And the fact that he could spend more
Okay.
time with his loved ones.
Whatever.
Sadly, though, this man would only get to exist as a popular content creator for a short time, as, well, his death was around the corner. On Wednesday, October 23rd, 2013, this 30-year-old YouTuber would make an ill-advised decision. As he and his friends,
20-year-old Ashley Pugh
and 24-year-old Ryan Cook, they were joyriding around Virgo County, Indiana, while allegedly partaking in a few alcoholic beverages. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, there's been a lot of debate on who was behind the wheel of the vehicle at the time of this encounter, but whoever it was, be it Ryan or one of his friends, whoever was behind the wheel made the choice to try to beat an oncoming train at a railroad intersection. This foolish feat did not bode well for Brian and company, as the driver would fail the objective and the vehicle would collide with the massive locomotive, the train smashing into the side of the pickup truck that they were in. The collision would be so violent that it ejected Brian and Ashley from the vehicle. They would be pinned underneath it, all in the vehicle died. Before Brian's name was even announced to the public, fellow content creators had caught wind of the death, and they would make comments on social media regarding his passing. Condolences would be all over Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Brian's Yotslaga channel is still considered one of the largest Borderlands 2 channels on YouTube, even without him uploading for close to 10 years. He's renowned as a YouTube legend, and his channel will remain content creator for a short time, as, well, his death was around the corner. On Wednesday, October 23rd, 2013, this 30-year-old
I could listen to 2 streams. I'm just going to keep going here.
As he and his friends,
And then in for a penny, in for a pound, I've got a backlog building up. Well, I'm going to do my backlog, I guess. But anyway, got more stuff in the mail.
allegedly partaking in a few
Or just
alcoholic beverages.
pending.
It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, there's been a lot of debate on who was behind the wheel of the vehicle at the time of this encounter. Ill-advised decision. As he and his friends,
20-year-old Ashley Pugh
and 24-year-old Ryan Cook, they were joyriding around Virgo County, Indiana, while allegedly partaking in a few alcoholic beverages. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, there's been a lot of debate on who was behind the wheel of the vehicle at the time of this encounter, but whoever it was, be it Ryan or one of his friends, whoever was behind the wheel made the choice to try to beat an oncoming train at a railroad intersection. This foolish feat did not bode well for Brian and company, as the driver would fail the objective and the vehicle would collide with the massive locomotive, the train smashing into the side of the pickup truck that they were in. The collision would be so violent that it ejected Brian and Ashley from the vehicle. They would be pinned underneath it, all in the vehicle died. Before Brian's name was even announced to the public, fellow content creators had caught wind of the death, and they would make comments on social media regarding his passing. Condolences would be all over Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Brian's Yotslaga channel is still considered one of the largest Borderlands 2 channels on YouTube, even without him uploading for close to 10 years. He's renowned as a YouTube legend, and his channel will remain abandoned. On YouTube, there exists a channel by the name of Martin Het. It was created by an, at the time, British teenager of the same name back in '07. It used to be frequently updated by the creator, who posted various vlogs and re-upload clips of the British sitcom Coronation Street. However, this activity would cease on April 16, 2017, after the upload of what would be the channel's final video. After this upload, Martin Het's channel remains forsaken to this day, and the tragic circumstances surrounding its abandonment would make international news headlines. This is the tragic story of Martin Het. Martin Het was born on December 15, 1987 in Tameside, England, growing up happy with his mother and father. Martin had multiple siblings, including his older brother, Dan Het, who is notable for being an award-winning digital artist and game developer. Martin has been described by many in his life as a natural-born entertainer, a class clown of sorts in school, and a social butterfly in his everything else that's not school, pretty much. He was always down to meet new people and try to get a laugh out of them. His penchant for amusing others would eventually lead him down the path of YouTube content creation, with him uploading various skits and comedy bits, and also re-uploads of Coronation Street throughout the years. When Martin was still a teenager, on August 29, 2007, he would create the Martin Het YouTube channel. His first video would be a trailer of sorts that was a dramatization consisting of multiple vlogs showing elements of his personal and social life. The piece titled Martin's Life Season 1 Trailer. This video was uploaded on September 3rd of 2007, and the next three pieces of content that Martin uploaded were in the same vein. Mainly, they were just highlight videos of Martin and his friends goofing about on camera, as well as performing skits and comedy acts. His uploads would be infrequent at this point, as there didn't really seem to be a purpose for the channel. Martin just didn't take it too seriously. He was uploading whatever at the time. However, the content uploaded to Martin's channel would begin to shift in 2012, with the bulk of the uploads consisting entirely of clips from a British soap opera called Coronation Street, which you'll soon find is Martin's favorite TV show of all time. Coronation Street, often referred to by fans as Corey, is one of the longest running television shows in history. A huge fan of the show, it would be through uploading clips from this sitcom that Martin would find his first shock of YouTube attention, as a cult following of Coronation Street fans would discover his channel and treated it as a niche fan page of sorts for the show. On December 1st, 2012, Martin would upload his most popular video to his channel, which consisted of a collection of one of Corey's main characters, Audrey Roberts, making her signature questioning sigh over and over again.
It's a bit late worrying about that. Huh? You love it, don't you? Huh? So what are you going to do? I'll wake up Comfort Bob precisely.
Basically, Martin forming a highlight reel / meme edit out of love for the character. This video would go on to accumulate over 700,000 views and would solidify Martin's channel into a Coronation Street hub of sorts for super fans of the show. Every piece of content subsequently uploaded by Martin that had anything to do with this soap opera would get a decent amount of views from fellow fans. We're talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Martin had, intentionally or not, created a community of people with similar interests. And considering the waning popularity of the show, you know, it's 60 years old at this point, I'm sure fans appreciated his channel as a place where they could talk freely and laugh with others about their love for this piece of media. Martin, in his own way, had done thousands of online strangers across the internet a favor by freebooting these clips. I call it chaotic good copyright infringement. Now, outside of the internet, Martin's life was going pretty well. In 2013, the man's IRL career was jump-started after he managed to find employment as a PR manager for the Manchester-based business agency Rumpus. Even with traditional employment, Martin still expressed himself creatively online and divulged more personal details about his personal life to fans. Martin would be open about the fact that he was gay, and he would from time to time times share photos online showing him attending LGBTQ events. And aside from his fanaticism for Coronation Street, Martin also began openly showcasing his standhood for Mariah Carey on YouTube, posting many clips and videos regarding the woman, solidifying the singer as his second most loved obsession, if you will. He got even more popular IRL, with the guy getting on game shows at one point, and in April of 2015, Martin would actually get an opportunity to meet Mariah Carey, and he ended up getting one of his t-shirts signed by the woman.
Sorry.
Yes, thanks to his YouTube channel's popularity with Coronation Street fans, Martin began to become somewhat famous IRL. As a result of him sparking the fan base, he was invited on several radio shows to discuss his peculiar affinity for Coronation Street, his love for the show getting so extreme that he actually got a tattoo of one of the characters' names on his body. That tattoo being in honor of Deidre Barlow, which was his favorite character apparently. In a radio interview, Martin would discuss that he was such a big fan of the show that his entire house was basically a museum or shrine dedicated to the soap opera.
How you doing, Martin? Is inner calf a correct description of where it is? Inner calf, right. And give people an idea of the dimensions of your tattoo.
The dimensions, right, so it's just over half of my lower leg.
So you're a fan of Coronation Street then?
I'm a Coronation Street super fan, yeah. My house is back to the Coronation Street Museum.
In hilarious fashion, Martin would actually later appear on television on an episode of Tattoo Fixers, and what they did was basically pimp out his Deidre tattoo to make it a full portrait of the woman. He was all in with Coronation Street. Yes, in both the online and real world, Martin was thriving. He was able to express himself freely, had something of a fan base, a solid career in media brewing up, and an ever-expanding network and social circle. The future was looking like it couldn't be brighter for the young man. But of course, this is a video all about abandoned channels with disturbing backstories. So, what happened? Martin's last YouTube video would be published to his channel on April 16th of 2017. It was a meme-style edit video in which Martin showed Liverpool singer Heidi Raines providing the siren sound for an emergency vehicle. Martin didn't have time to publish any more content for the rest of this month, as after all, he was preparing for an Ariana Grande concert that was to take place in Manchester in just a few weeks. Yes, that Ariana Grande concert.
Moments from the end, this. Look to the left of the screen, the flash of the explosion, and then the boom. Inside the arena, this is what it was like.
On Monday, May 22nd, 2017, prior to getting to the Grande show, Martin would attend a radio interview for BBC Radio 5 Live. He was invited to speak as a result of his online fame regarding Coronation Street and what he had done for the fandom. In many ways, this would serve as Martin's final address to the niche online fan base that he had fostered over the last decade. Sometime after 6 p.m., he would take a tram to Manchester with one of his friends, the men getting hyped for the show and listening to Ariana Grande's music on the way there. Martin would arrive at the show at 8:45 p.m. as Ariana Grande had already taken the stage. An estimated 14,200 fans were in attendance. Martin would meet his other friends at this concert, and they made their way to the front row where they watched and enjoyed the musical talent of one of the most notable pop singers in the world at the time. The bystander says, quote, "He was singing at the top of his voice, dancing without a care in the world. It was such a great time to be together." It's said that Martin had the time of his life at this show. He was dancing, there were people around him, he was just thrilled to be there in that moment. Now later in the night, as Ariana's set began to finish up, Martin would leave the arena stage around 10:28 p.m., winding up in the city room foyer where he laughed and joked with the arena security staff. One of the stewards reportedly witnessed Martin filming himself while enjoying this moment. It would later be said that the only reason that Martin was in the city room foyer is because he just happened to have striked up a conversation with somebody about Coronation Street of all things. Sadly, though, the city room was about to be attacked. At 10:31 p.m., a nail bomb weighing more than 66 pounds was detonated in the city room by Islamic terrorist Salman Abidi. Apparently, Mr. Het was only 4 meters away from the explosion. Unfortunately for Martin, his body suffered multiple injuries. One injury included shrapnel to the neck, which would lead to his death. Martin was one of 22 victims from that night, and Salman Abidi was also killed in the explosion. It was a bombing. The news of the explosion and the attack would take the media by storm, and as word was beginning to break out, Martin's mother and stepfather were the first relatives to arrive at the scene. Stuart Murray, Martin's stepdad, thought the worst. Quote, "I just thought, bloody hell, they must have hundreds of bodies laid out there on the football pitch. Are we going to have to walk around all these bodies to see if one of them is Martin?" At the same time, it was still early. I was thinking he's probably just gone AWOL. Martin, when he went out, traditionally went astray. He once phoned us saying, "I've fallen asleep on the train home to Stockport and woken up in Nottingham. What should I do?" He was always losing his phone. Sadly, this wasn't one of those cases. As the British authorities searched for the missing victims that attended the Ariana Grande concert, the police had to ask Martin's parents about any noticeable features on his body that could be used to identify him. And well, the feature they gave him was the Coronation Street tattoo. This would be used to help identify Martin. Martin's parents were beginning to give up hope as the search went on, and just as they were on their way back to the vehicle, that's when they were tapped on by police. A liaison officer would inform them that, unfortunately, Martin Het had passed away. He was killed in the explosion. Both the parents and the liaison officer broke down into tears during this instance. The rest of Martin's family, who were still at home waiting on the news of his whereabouts, were already being pestered by journalists as the news had leaked. They didn't even have official confirmation, and there were people trying to talk to them. Not the best situation. Well, after news broke around the world about the Manchester bombing and Martin Het's death, he would be celebrated by the media to the point where #BeMoreMartin was trending on social media, with people saying that we should all strive to be like Martin Het. His love for Coronation Street would be well known around the world, and support of Martin would be given by cast members of the show, both current and previous. Several even attended his funeral. In time, the media would move on from this tragedy, and the family continued to remember their son in their own ways. Martin's mother would complete a master's degree in counterterrorism. She would also spearhead Martin's law. The law would put in effect simple and effective methods that allow high-capacity businesses and events to remain protected against terrorism without the threat of it being cost-inducing. And I really like how Martin's stepdad paid respect. Martin's stepfather would later go on the Tattoo Fixer's television show that Martin had been on previously, and the stepfather would receive his own Deidre Barlow tattoo, except it was actually a photo of Martin dressed up as Deidre. Martin Het's YouTube channel and Twitter account remain up to this day, and you can visit his channel to pay respects and get a glimpse of what this man was like in his life. An individual that made those around him smile, entertaining many, creating a niche online fan base. That is the story of Martin Het and his tragic passing. And well, you've made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wavy Web Surf out. Peace.
That was a long video. I knew it was going in, but let's find something more uplifting.
I always talk about how I met Elon Musk and Prince Andrew. Nobody cares because it's not a photo. So you got to make sure if you meet a celebrity, always get the photo. Otherwise, it literally didn't happen.
That's true.
Hello and welcome to the Abroad Japan podcast. Probably the best way of learning about life in Japan without actually being in Japan. I'm your host Chris Broad. We're joined as always by England's top Japan enthusiast, Mr. Pete Dawson himself. Pete, how the devil are you doing? What's going on?
A very good morning to you, Christopher. I am enchanted by your visage. I'm enchanted by your new hair. Is this new hair, or don't care, or is this a recent haircut that's just kind of grown out a little bit? Chris, I have to say, you are looking very spunky at the moment.
I look good, don't I?
Yeah, you look
People
good.
said-
You look good.
People have been coming up to me and being like, "You've lost weight," and I'm like, "Have I? I've not done anything." I don't know if that's like the haircut. I don't know.
Yeah,
I like
it's weird
I like
how
this.
much a haircut can kind of change the shape of one's face. It's good stuff.
Indeed. I'm trying to get fit. I've got like some big, silly, fitnessy stuff coming up.
I think you
videos.
took the horns off for the.
I don't know. I can talk about that now. Don't know. But anyway, you'll find out soon enough. Doing a
Ooh.
big, silly thing, and there's lots of cycling.
Yeah,
But
lots
anyway.
of shaving, lots of
Lots of-
haircuts, just
lots of
having, just
So-
having constant haircuts instead of working out.
Yeah,
I mean,
I wanted a haircut
been,
for that.
You've been quite busy recently, just bashing out video after video, haven't you? Your post kind of Christmas. You're in a post Christmas crush at the moment. You're in the middle of just editing late at night, pretty constantly.
Pretty much. And like, it's one of those annoying things where if you don't release a video for a while, I think I kind of worry that the viewers might assume that I'm just sort of sitting in a room on a beanbag playing Ghost of Tsushima, which I have done quite a lot in February. but I have also been working and making videos, and I think it should be out now, the How Expensive Is It to Travel Japan video, which is like 30 minutes long, and it took 2 weeks to make. And if you haven't watched it, go and check it out. But
I think I watched it.
things are ramping up now. We've got a lot of videos out in March.
Sorry about that.
Planning a wacky weekend trip with Connor. It's coming up. I'm filming in a few days. I've got a trip to Hiroshima. Got a thing with Natsuki. Yeah, man, things really pick up in March. February is like depression the month, and March is like
C2,
the flowers are
C17.
blue. And so am I. And I feel revived, refreshed, and ready to kick some ass. Not literally. I'm not that violent. But it's gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm excited. Chris, did you read about the big Nintendo Yuzu emulator issue?
That's very specific. No, I did not. What is the Nintendo Switch emulator?
Big news in Nintendo emulation. Obviously, Nintendo, big Japanese company, they're spending a lot of time just absolutely smashing shit out of emulators left, right, and centre. The 3DS and the DS was a hugely emulated and pirated sort of system. So Nintendo have always got a stick in their bum about anybody, flirting with any kind of emulation or any kind of reproduction of their intellectual property. And they've this week put the old hammer on a emulator called Yuzu, who put their emulator behind a paywall on Patreon a little while ago.
Well, that's a no-go.
And it looks like they
That's a
have
big no-no.
successfully halted the development of an emulator for the first time, I think, in a long time, which may spell a real end to legal emulation around the world. It's hard to it's hard to overstate rather how destructive this move might be. And once again, Nintendo protecting their IP is going to leave a lot of people rather unhappy.
That's a shame. What is it? Nintendo's ruthless, aren't they? I mean, there was a time where you could play their video games or, publicly.
Well, in Japan, there's no such thing as fair use. There's no such thing as you transforming things. So you can find yourself at the end of a very large legal hit from Nintendo of America, of Japan, of Europe, and so yeah, they're little sods. They really are.
Not as friendly as Mario might seem. I actually drove past Nintendo's headquarters last week. It is the most depressing looking building. It's just this big blocky office building. It looks really boring and there. But what goes on inside is magic, pure magic. Even if they are screwing lots of people over. But no, I like Nintendo. I think they're cool.
Oh, they're undergated.
Anxiously awaiting the the Switch 2, which why isn't it out yet? I can't believe the Switch has been out for like how long now? 8, 9 years or something?
7 years.
On, yeah, it's really sort of sneaked up on everyone, I think. I feel like the Switch came out yesterday, and the Wii U the day before that, and the Wii before that. Like it seemed like the things are accelerating, and you know, like video game systems are what happens when you're busy doing other things, as John Lennon said.
I'm keen to get my hand on one, but we shall see what they do next. We've got a story this week from Aaron, who says, "Hello Celestial Chris and Prompt Pete, my story is from a recent trip that me and my girlfriend took to Tokyo. One day we visited Ameyokocho Market in Ueno, and we had the same whiskey highball that you and American Pete had in your walking across Tokyo in a day video. Good stuff. I love that whiskey highball. After a couple of drinks, we noticed a drunk Japanese couple lingering around us. I accidentally made eye contact, and they immediately began chatting to us in a mixture of Japanese and passable English. We used our limited Japanese phrases before quickly turning to Google Translate for help, bringing us all some good laughs and raising the volume even higher. More and more drinks were arriving at our table, along with loads of food. And they were clearly enjoying summoning the waiters and selecting items off the menu for us to try. Despite my initial concern over their inebriated state, things were going pretty well until I saw what they wanted us to try next. I didn't know what it was. It was grilled, it was white on the outside, and worryingly deep pink in the middle. It sounds like Pete. As I gently prodded it with my chopstick, I realised it was very undercooked, almost completely raw chicken. How do we get out of this, I thought. Try it, it's very good, they exclaimed. Bet they did. God, it's horrible. Before I could warn her, my girlfriend enthusiastically dove in and ate a piece. Just for a millisecond, I could see the confusion sweeping across her face, either the taste or the texture of the meat. I was able to employ the classic move of rubbing my stomach and going, oh yeah, too full, Des, to escape the same fate. Thankfully, they gave up quickly in favour of finishing their drinks, but I wanted to ask, just how common is eating raw chicken? Surely the risk's not worth the reward. Luckily, my girlfriend had no ill effects and actually claimed to enjoy it, though we were both nervous for a couple of days. We're heading back in March, though raw chicken won't be on the menu this time. Loving the podcast, all the best, guys. Aaron, who did not eat the raw chicken. Disgusting. I hate raw chicken. When I did the cycle with Connor last year in Kyushu, we went to a yakiniku restaurant, and the menu was all in Japanese. It was very odd kanji, but I could make out the word grilled chicken. I could make out the word chicken, and I was like, oh yeah, chicken. Can't go wrong with that. We ordered that, and they brought out like a fucking platter of raw chicken, like a mountain of raw chicken, and we just did not touch it. And I felt so bad, like you know, you feel guilty. As I had last week, the guy that ordered too much onigiri, he ordered 1,000 pieces of onigiri, and he enlisted the help of the internet to try and eat them. I felt we should have done the same thing with that mountain of chicken sashimi. It's so bad though, it's so slimy. There's no like quality that is good in raw chicken.
I mean,
you've never had it, right?
I've never had it, no, and there is something about, I don't know, to the Western palate having raw chicken. We just don't have the food safety standards that the Japanese clearly think they have. Though I know a lot of people have fallen foul of the whole raw chicken thing. It's you just don't want brainworms. You just don't want brainworms. That's the last thing you need, to be honest. So let's steer clear of that. I mean, what do you actually have with it? Is it just a bit of soy sauce, just a bit of to make it less slimy? Vinegar? How would you kind of make it in any? Because I mean, I guess it's probably the same texture as salmon, but something
I
about
can do that some more later.
It doesn't really taste like salmon or.
So obviously that's the helmet.
They basically dip it in soy sauce,
23, 24.
Ginger sometimes.
Right.
A bit of black on the sides here.
If you have it without that, it's straight up just one of the worst things you can put in your mouth. Because it has a slimy texture, and then it's kind of chewy and just doesn't something wrong.
But well, it's like I remember sort of when I was at university, I used to eat a lot of blood sausage, black pudding. but I used to eat it raw like the French do.
B23.
And yeah, people found that quite offensive. I mean, it's already boiled. It's already like black pudding is already cooked when you get it in the main. If you get it from a nice place, but so that's worth doing. It's worth trying once in your life. You can eat it uncooked. It's not as nice uncooked, but if you're in a pinch and you need the black pudding fix, just pop a cube in your mouth. Suck on it.
Oh god! I do like black pudding in like a fry up. It's really nice there, but raw.
Oh, you are in my mind inextricably linked. And inexplicably linked to the very best black pudding I've ever had when you did your London show late year ago. When you did your Christmas shows, pre-Christmas shows, I had some black pudding in. I had some delicious black pudding over the road for a breakfast over the road from a hotel we were staying in, and my God, Chris, it was the best black pudding I had tasted. It was transcendental. It was just the best black pudding I ever tasted. I don't know where they get it from. I don't know how they fry it. I don't know how they cook it. But there is a restaurant quite just over the road from where we stayed in that hotel that did the best black pudding, and I want to go back there.
You didn't invite me. You didn't think, I should invite Chris to come along.
The only person I saw was team leader Ian, who was going for a run. And I was going for black pudding, and I felt bad about myself, so I didn't tell anyone.
Jesus. No, raw chicken, horrible stuff. Don't eat that. You can't. There's no redeeming quality. One of those things. I don't mind Basashi, raw horse. I can do that.
Yeah.
But and I can. Another one that's a bit sketchy is raw eggs. I eat that willingly with like rice and things, but you have to have something with it. It's pretty flavourless, but it's nice with beef. You kind of like. I think that's a daunting thing for folks coming here when you have like sukiyaki beef hot pot, right? You get raw egg in a bowl and you have to sort of whip it up, and then you dip the beef into it and whatnot. And I could see that for the first few times being a bit like, this is a bit wrong. Can I get sick with this raw egg? But it's good, and that's the one thing I'd say that might take a bit to get your head wrapped around, but it is good. Same on nankotsu, chicken cartilage. When you go to a yakitori restaurant, chicken cartilage sounds daunting, but when it's battered and put with a bit of ketchup, it's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. But we're talking about food, and actually our news story this week revolves around food. Tokyo's 3 Michelin star ramen restaurants all lost their stars in 2024.
That's how it looks.
What the hell happened? What's going on?
That's how his helmet looks.
What the hell happened? Well, they just lost their stars when the prestigious Michelin Guide unveiled its 2024 Tokyo edition in December last year. The beloved city was awarded 23 fewer stars than the previous year. All 3 of Tokyo's Michelin-starred ramen restaurants lost their 1-star status in the new guide. This means there is currently no Michelin-starred ramen in Tokyo, or the world for that matter. Up to 2023, only 3 ramen specialists have been awarded one. Nakiryu for its beloved Dan Men, Kunjiki Hotogisu for its excellent pork and clam broth noodles, and let's really barrel into this last one, and Ginja Hachigo for its sublime consomme ramen broth. In the 2024 Michelin Guide, all 3 ramen restaurants no longer hold a star. So, the food's delicious. Let's take nothing away from it apart from the Michelin star, and you can't get Michelin star ramen in Tokyo or anywhere, because there is no ramen that befits the Michelin star, which is astonishing. It's all up for grabs.
Actually, I went on a bit of a rant on Twitter a few weeks ago, because I went to a 3 Michelin star restaurant. It wasn't a ramen shop. It was like a meeting I had, and the person wanted to go there, and it was rubbish. It was shit. I've eaten at quite a lot of Michelin star restaurants over the years. And I say Michelin, but it's probably Michelin, right? And of the many I've eaten at, I think, maybe 20% or less. I've gone, that was pretty good. That was value, right? For the most part, it's literally, we'll just take a fucking, take some mushrooms. What's the really swanky mushroom? What's the nice?
Shiitake?
No. Oh god. What's the really?
Here's where it gets interesting.
I ranted about it.
Mario, I don't know.
5C3, 5C4, 5C18, C11.
Oh, right. Sorry, not a mushroom then. Fine. Okay, good. Yeah, all right.
Clever clog.
A fungus.
I mean, yeah, you basically, they take a food, a bit of celery, and they rub a truffle on it, and it's like, and there we go. 3 Michelin stars, and thrice the price. And I came out of that 3 Michelin star restaurant, I was just like, I don't remember a single dish I ate. I don't see how anything that was done was sort of unique, or, high. It was just truffles. It was just truffles and everything. It was rubbish, and I got really angry. Because the price tag was formidable for what it was. And it kind of...
Tax deductible though. Sounds like it was a business meeting.
I mean, yeah, I don't think I paid for it either, so that was good. But anyway, it left a sour taste in my mouth. Not the truffles. And it's sad though. Like there's the Michelin star restaurant, the Ginza Hachigo. I saw a video on this place recently, and it does look very good. He cooks the pork so well, and there's some good YouTube videos on it. And I do want to go, and I looked into it, but you've got to you can reserve seats, or you can get there at 7 AM and wait for 6 hours. And I can't wait 6 minutes for my food, let alone 6 bloody hours in the middle of Ginza in the street. So you can reserve, I think every week on Sunday at midnight, they open it up so you can reserve your seats, right? And it gets sold out instantly. And even then, once you reserved it, you still have to turn up really early and wait for a few hours, I think. So it's just like, how much do I want my Michelin star ramen? Am I willing to wait, 3 to 4 hours to eat some noodles? Is it going to be that good? I don't know if I can justify it. And you're not allowed to take photos or film it, so I can't really film it and make a tax-deductible trip.
Did it really happen? Yeah, if you don't film it, did it really happen?
Exactly, right? I always talk about how I met Elon Musk and Prince Andrew. Nobody cares because it's not a photo. So you've got to make sure if you meet a celebrity, always take a photo. Otherwise, it literally didn't happen.
You don't want that Prince Andrew.
Probably not. No.
You don't want that coming back to buy your pants. Yeah, get a photo with Prince Andrew. That's what everybody wants. That's what every kid wants under the fucking tree. Good God.
Oh God. Oh man. But I don't know. So why did they get rid of the Michelin stars? Is there any indication as to why? Was the French guy just in a bad mood that week?
I don't know. I mean, why would you get? It just seems like does familiarity breed contempt when it comes to the Michelin system? Does it? I mean, I imagine novelty plays into it as well. I don't really know what the how you go. Oh, very naughty, you lost your Michelin star. Do they have to? Is there a Michelin star? Do they take the star out of the window? Do they sort of? Or do they just release their guide and the chef opens it up one day and goes, oh shit, we've lost our
I think that's
Michelin
literally
star.
what happens.
Yeah.
There's a good documentary.
Fucking cowards.
There's a documentary called Boiling Point on, I think it's Gordon Ramsay in the 90s, getting one of his stars at his restaurant.
Yeah.
And he's livid when he's not got his 3 Michelin stars. They literally wait, they get the book, he rings up his friend, he's like, open the book, turn to page 65. What have we got? Oh, no stars, fuck. And it's a big deal for a lot of people.
Right.
I don't know, how these Japanese ramen shops would feel. I imagine they don't care so much because they're not actually their aim is not to make Michelin star ramen necessarily, right? It's not like a French restaurant that's trying to tick all the boxes, right? With the serving, the preparation, and the cutlery, and the staff, and all the factors that go into getting a Michelin star. I always felt the Michelin stars were kind of rigid and very French, and you've got to do the French playbook. You've got to have a certain way of doing it. But some of the good Michelin star restaurants I've been to, there was one in Hong Kong I went to. It just did dumplings that were very reasonably priced. For $10, having a top Michelin star dumpling. It was really good though. The dumplings were exceptional. And this Ginza ramen shop, the reason it's got Michelin stars, clearly a lot of thought goes into every stage of the process. Like I know he developed these special noodles, and he takes a lot of time with the broth.
It's supposed to flex it like this?
And he raises the pork very slowly and cooks it like a blowtorch, because blowtorches equals good. And then finally, of course, there's truffles. There's truffles in the ramen tea. That seals the deal. That's how you get the stars.
You can always find them.
That's right. I should cook for Charlotte, like spaghetti bolognese, and just get a truffle.
Just the
Great
top.
it. Michelin star now, isn't it? Michelin star dinner. But yeah, it's a shame though. I'm still going to swing by this ramen shop. God damn it, I'm going to go and I'm going to eat this ramen. I'm going to try it. And at the very least, I'll make an Instagram reel, and that will make the trip tax deductible. Because that's all I care. And prove that I ate there. Because that's all that matters now, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't film it. You don't take a photo. It simply did not happen. We're back in just a moment, guys, with the stories, comments, and questions in the fax machine.
Wow.
And we're back with the fax machine. What have we got this week from our listeners, Mr. Dolls?
We got a message from Nick. Hi, Chris and Pete. I'm going to be moving to Japan for 3 months. During my last visit to the country, I greatly missed the chain Chipotle and craved Mexican food in general. What are the dishes you miss from home when travelling in Japan? What would you guys suggest for a last meal before heading to Japan? Nick from LA. Ooh, that's probably not a bad shout. Is like getting just as much kind of really. I mean, I didn't realise that. Chipotle had that good representation of food, but yeah, I mean, just absolutely piling in on all those kind of like those forbidden south of the border sodas and delicious food, delicious Mexican food. Yeah, that'd absolutely like proper put yourself into a food coma. Would you help you sleep on the flight?
That's true, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. I personally miss Greg's sausage rolls and pasties and pastries. Like pastries and sausage rolls, you just can't really get them here. You can get pretty much everything else now. I found places that do fish and chips or Sunday roasts and all that British stuff. But sausage rolls are still like a no-go zone. It can't be done. And I think I should set up a restaurant, the Sausagery, the sausage. I don't know. Think of a better name than that. You're good at this. Think of a name for my sausage roll restaurant, Pete. Help me out.
We're on a roll.
On a roll. I like that, yeah. On a roll. Perfect. Yeah. I like it. Yeah. On a roll. Better than the Sausagery, which sounds borderline X-rated. Sausage rolls, though. Miss them big time. Bring them over. We've got a story this week, or a question rather, from James.
Too big.
Chris and Perverse Pete. In a recent podcast, you talked about the film All of Us Strangers. This film was based on the Japanese novel, and my microphone is collapsing around me.
Whoa!
Clay doesn't like
Some Japanese novels.
In a recent podcast, talked about All of Us Strangers.
See, it's warping the piece.
Famous Japanese novelist and screenwriter Taichi Yamada. This leads me to ask, what Japanese stories, whether folklore or literature, would you want to see realised as a film? Personally, I believe there is a lot of
I'm uncomfortable with that.
yokai-based horror or slasher films. Thank you, guys. James, I'm in a mood to... I've always wanted to write and direct my own film, but I'm thinking maybe I should start by taking somebody else's idea, like a good idea, and then giving them the money and buying the rights to it and then making it. Because that's probably better than something I can think up, and that could be a good way to do it. Although I might butcher their work.
And just steal it from folklore, which is being suggested here. There is a character that I would love to see you direct a sort of horror film about. Momotaro. A little baby who came to Earth inside a giant peach, which was found floating down a river by an old woman who was washing clothes there. The woman and her husband discovered the child when they tried to open the peach to eat it. The child explained that he'd been sent by heaven to be their son, and the couple named him Momotaro, from Momo meaning peach and Taro meaning the eldest son in the family. Years later, Momotaro left his parents for an island called Onigashima to destroy the marauding demons that dwelt there.
I was really impressed then.
Momotaro befriended a talking dog, monkey and pheasant, who agreed to help him in this quest. At the island, Momotaro and his animal friends penetrated the demon's fort and beat the demon's leader, as well as his army, into surrendering. Momotaro returned home with his new friends, and his family lived comfortably from then on. Baby Peach kills a lot of fucking demons, and then comes back and is Baby Peach boy again.
We don't pay enough. We don't pay enough, do we? It's good. I was really impressed there when you started wheeling off Momotaro facts. I was like, wow, Pete knows his stuff. And
I guess it works. Okay, I guess it supports it that way.
Sorry. There's another one that I think would really adapt quite well. Bunbuku Chagama. Any idea about what that might mean?
What was it again? Bunbuku
Chagama. Roughly translates to happiness bubbling over like a teapot. The story, the folklore story, tells of a poor man who found a raccoon dog, Tanuki, caught in a trap. Feeling sorry for the animal, he set it free. That night, the Tanuki came to the poor man's house to thank him for his kindness, and the Tanuki transformed himself into a teapot. And basically told the poor man, to sell him for money. So the man sold the teapot, the Tanuki teapot, to a monk, who brought it home after scrubbing it harshly, set it over the fire to boil some water. Unable to stand the heat, the teapot sprouted legs, the Tanuki teapot, and basically half transformed and ran away. And the Tanuki returned to the poor man with another idea about the man setting up a circus and charging admission for people to see a dancing or a teapot doing tricks. It sounds like basically this Tanuki is just more trouble than he's worth. He's coming up with these harebrained schemes, and this poor man is just embarrassing himself. He's trying to sell this teapot.
I would pay good money to hear you read out yokai stories.
Yeah. Well, my favourite one was that one where, like in a bathroom, the ceiling gets all wet. Isn't there one that like climbs to the window and licks all the condensation off the ceiling? Now that's a goddamn fucking folktale, isn't it? Eh?
It's pretty cool though. Like, yeah, there's a really good book I saw recently on yokai that I wanted to buy, and it tells you about what they do and what they are. Because there's so many, right? There's so many bizarre ones, and like, I had never heard. What was it? Bunbuku. It just sounds like Chigaimas. I can't remember it. That's a good story. Where did you find all these stories? Where did you find this?
I think I honestly, I think googling something at 6 o'clock in the morning, you're never going to get. There's never a paper trail, Chris. I can't remember.
Beautiful. Have you seen? I mean, while it's a bit out of my depth, filming something like this, have you ever seen? Have you been watching Shogun yet?
I'm not, but it's heavily advertised on the Amazon stuff. I'm still trying to get through. Is it what's the thing? Is it One Day? I'm bashing through One Day at the moment about two kids who just living their life in London.
What Shogun? It's really good. We'll talk about another podcast.
It's covered in stickers.
But
B1.
I think people are excited.
It's all the metallic
There's a
blue.
lot of relief, I think, because Shogun, the original Shogun, in hindsight, doesn't look so good now. Because it's the story of like a white guy just turning up in Japan, sort of fixing Japan single-handedly, right? Which is what I've done now for 12 years. And like, it's that, white saviour, Sugoi. And like, but this one is a bit more, it's very mindful of that. And put the Japanese cast front and centre. Really good, check it out. We'll talk about it in another episode. We've got one last question here from Angela, who says, Hello Chris and Pete, last time I was in Japan was in 2018 for 2 weeks, and I'm planning to go back in the next year or two for a month. My question is, since the yen is so low right now, is cash still king, and should I seriously consider picking up some yen now while it's still low? I don't know how acceptable credit cards are, and the last time I travelled there, I brought just enough yen to cover my expenses. I'm sure I feel like many others out there who would love to take advantage of such an amazing exchange rate. All the best, guys. Angela from Los Angeles. And I think the yen won't get better necessarily. Touch wood for travellers, but I don't see it sort of getting stronger anytime soon. But yeah, it's like a good price right now.
Yeah. So is it worth sort of? I think I don't know finance, so I don't know whether so I don't know whether it makes sense buying some now, or would you make as much kind of hay if you just kept the money in your bank account? I don't know.
I personally, I don't think the yen is going to. It might get a little bit stronger, it might go up or down, but I don't see any dramatic shifts on the way in terms of the currency. This could be like a sound clip in a year's time when the yen is the world's strongest currency, and Japan is back to take over the world. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think don't bother. It's my inclination. But yeah, make no mistake. Now's a great time to visit Japan. If you are thinking of doing it, do it now. I know a lot of friends who have been sitting on the fence about whether to go to Japan, and now they've seen the yen and how much their money gets in Japan. They're like, well, hop it on the plane. And I've got to show lots of people around and that's half my year now, just showing people around the Sensoji Temple in Asakusa and bloody Druid Crossing. We'll be back later in the week, guys. Keep the stories, questions, comments coming into rogerhammerpodcast@gmail.com or comment down below here on YouTube if you're watching. But for now, have a great few days, and we'll see you right back here to do all over again with the great Pete Dons very soon. Bye for now.
Tiny bit of black there. Check something here. I'm gonna take a quick break here just because I'm feeling like it. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Where's my countdown? There we go. Alright, we're back to finish up this build. Not much to say. I know it's late. I don't think anybody's actually watching me currently. Hopefully you might be watching my replay. I don't know. But, yeah, whatever. Let's watch this. Just looking at these pieces. These need to be cleaned up a little bit. Supposed to have a nub cup, but I don't know why I forgot to stop doing that.
In 1980 and 1981, three games defined the RPG genre as we know it today. The first was Rogue, which, as the name suggests, is responsible for the creation of the roguelike genre. The other two were Ultima by Origin Systems and Wizardry by Surtec. And chances that any and every RPG you've ever played or will ever play can trace their lineage back to one or the other or both. And even games and genres outside the RPG spectrum owe a lot to these two series. In the early days of computing, RPGs were often played in terminals which ran in college mainframes, many of which have sadly been lost to time, though thankfully some have been preserved. But technology was advancing rapidly, and just a few years later, consumer-grade computers like the Apple II were becoming more commonplace.
There are more people, in more places, doing more things with apples than with any other personal computer in the world.
Apple Computer. Produktion, Kontrolle ohne den Apple wird wirklich.
And of all these people using apples, most had never touched a computer before.
This is my apple.
Apple, the most personal computer.
This is where we start seeing RPGs being released towards a larger market, like a Calabat World of Doom in 1980, which led to the Ultima series, and Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. The interesting thing about Ultima and Wizardry is that both essentially created the mechanics of the RPG genre as we know them today, but focused on them in vastly different ways. In the early Ultima series, you were a lone character wandering a large open world and doing quests which ultimately led towards a larger goal. Combat was done automatically by pressing in the direction of your foe, and progression was generally pretty linear. Wizardry, however, pioneered in that you have a party of characters instead of being the lonesome hero. Each character had a class with their own strengths and weaknesses, with combat being much more strategic, and it even introduced a basic morality system for each character. But of course, as each series progressed, they would evolve their own formulas while still drawing inspiration from each other. So Ultima, for example, eventually had parties, classes, different types of combat, and a morality system, while Wizardry would eventually add open worlds into its formula. But for the most part, this series will be focused on improving combat and the dungeon crawling genre. If you want to learn more about Ultima, I recommend you check out the Spoon Experiments Ultima Retrospective, as this video will focus on the Wizardry series. And for that, we should start at the beginning, with the series' first entry, Wizardry, the Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. Yes, this is how far back in time we're going. No music, no in-game story, a tiny single beep as its lonesome sound effect, and the actual gameplay was relegated to a tiny window in the corner. Thankfully, the first 5 Wizardry games would be ported to just about every system known to man. From the Commodore 64 and MSX2 to MS-DOS, NES, Super Nintendo, Game Boy Color, and even the original PlayStation and Sega Saturn. So, this is Wizardry 1, launched in 1981, and its plot is nearly non-existent. The evil wizard Wardna has stolen a magical amulet from King Trevor, so a call has been put out for any and all adventurers to venture forth and retrieve it. Little side note that always seems to get ignored, the Mad Overlord in the game's title refers to King Trevor, not the evil wizard Wardna. You see, the maze was meant to be used as a training ground, but Trevor did such a good job at it that no one has been able to clear it, and now that Wardna has taken refuge in there, it all kinda backfired on him. This all might sound pretty interesting, but none of this is actually conveyed to you in the final game. The entire plot was written in the game's manual, and hardly any version of Wizardry 1 actually takes the time to let you in on what little story there is. Basically, it's an excuse to go and defeat the big bad wizard. From there on, you have to create a party with the game's mechanics being clearly inspired by D&D while still implementing its own set of rules. You pick from 5 possible races and 4 possible classes: Fighter, Thief, Mage, and Priest, which can later evolve into more advanced classes like the Bishop, Lord, Ninja, and Samurai. And if these classes and their advancements are starting to sound familiar to you even outside D&D, then yes, this is where Final Fantasy I got its original classes from. I should also point out that creating your party is a major endeavor unto itself. See, when you create a new character, the game rolls the amount of bonus stats you can distribute for that character. Usually that ranges anywhere between 6 to 11 extra stat points. But on rare occasions, you get a critical roll where you get a whopping 20 extra stat points at the start. This means that character will be nearly 4 times stronger at the start than the counterpart who only rolled 6 bonus stats. But like I said, rolling a critical is rare, and your party can have up to 6 characters, so rolling for these takes quite a bit of time. After that, you buy whatever gear you can muster with your meager funds and venture on to the proving grounds. Once there, it's just you and your party in a dark dungeon trying to survive. There are no maps or automap features, so you'll have to trace your progress on graph paper, and getting lost in wizardry is usually a death sentence. You have to slowly build up your strength, money, and gear to progress, all while mapping the dungeon and learning which places you should avoid, as well as what items you need to get and where to get them to progress through the game. The dungeon is 10 levels deep, with secret passages, dark rooms that leave you completely blind, passages that can only be accessed one way.
Where is this supposed to attach? Oh, I think I get it now. I see what it wants me to do. I don't like it. I'm feeling this already. Let's watch something else.
day in Japan, with people getting on the train to go to their destinations. As the train is about to arrive at its final stop, suddenly, everyone's phones...
Okay, so that's just a thing for an actual show that exists. Oh, I was gonna watch that.
She's done it again. Zendaya has once again essentially just gone full cosplay on the red carpet. And in turn has bewitched me, body and soul. I have to make it. Oh man. In case you missed it, recently at the Dune 2 premiere, Zendaya sported this robot armor originally by, and I am going to butcher this name, Mugla, or in American,
Muggler.
I'm not sure why those are so different.
Terry Mugler.
Mugle. Okay, well, you get the idea. I have something I like to call crafter's audacity that allows me to think that I can make anything. We're about to find out if I am, as the kids say, Delulu. So, let's talk about the armor. If we break this down piece by piece, it's really not that bad. Rarely have I done full body, which I think is where the challenge is going to come. Also doing this in a week. To do this, I am going to use the tried and true Warbler and foam method. Do I have any Warbler in here? That is the question. It might be behind this giant backdrop. Frick! Warbler, in case you haven't heard of it, is a thermoplastic. You heat it up with a heat gun, and then it becomes pliable and moldable. And then, as it cools back down, it stays in that shape. Even more specifically for this project, I am going to be making a sandwich. Taking a layer of very thin craft foam, slapping it onto the Warbler, and creating a more sturdy piece. For my recreation of this, I am going to skip the butt cheek part. I am actually 6 years old. Quite silly. After seeing all the memes of people questioning what happens when she farts, which I would imagine would resemble that one scene from the 1997 cinematic masterpiece, Rocket Man. Not to be confused with the Elton John biopic. If you've never seen it, there might be a similar scene. I can't speak to it. The first thing we need to do in this project is make a pattern. And to do that is one of maybe the most moist cosplay methods there is. Plastic wrap, duct tape. I do definitely suggest getting a helper for this. Someone to help wrap you like the weirdest maypole ever. I also suggest that this person is close to you because things can get pretty intimate. After you have completed the mummification process, it's time to repeat that, but with duct tape. Definitely a fun date night activity, and you only want to dissociate just a little bit. Stop right there. Alright? Also, definitely guaranteed to bring up some romantic dialogue, such as, "Can you try to draw a straight line from my butt crack up to my neck?"
Alright, give me a kiss together, you go back to it.
Thank you. Make sure you tell him you're covering your wife in duct tape.
Oh, definitely won't.
That'll go over well, I'm sure.
Good morning. I hope you're ready because from now until probably the end of the project, this is what you're getting. Goblin mode activated. I also don't love when I match my coffee mugs, but it happens. 'Tis the first full day of work. I've got my duct tape carcass. Do you ever feel like a duct tape shell? Basically, I have to reanalyze this and figure out what goes where. I think I have to re-put it on a mannequin, and for that, I'm gonna need Betty out of the basement, and I will explain that no further. I only need half of it because we're just making pattern pieces. Come on now. Don't you lose an arm now. Fired. You lost a hand! All right, pivot. Incoming. Definitely not like a Doctor Who episode. Me. Oh. Easy. It's like a Lady Gaga outfit. We all get typey butts sometimes. Gaga outfit. We all get typey butts sometimes. Girl, got bulging forearms, little skinny legs. How does that work? I'm aware I sound like the rudest tailor ever to exist. Girl, your calves. Why are they so bulbous? I still remember the day I picked you up, my friend. Honey, I'm home. Memories.
She's fun.
Lest ye never forget the importance of labeling things, I immediately forgot where this was supposed to go. You know in Amelie, when it introduces the character's likes and dislikes? My dislike would probably be this.
Rachel n'aime pas quand le papier s'enroule comme un bracelet à pression.
Oh, here are all the pattern pieces. I'm not ashamed to say, I'm shaking in my metaphorical boots. To get my confidence up a little, I'm going to start on a smaller piece for a test. I think I'm going to do the bracer. I need something to boost my ego a little. Let's do it. So I learned my lesson pretty quickly when using this cutting board as a base for heating this up. Basically the idea to make this sandwich is that you heat up the warbler, place the foam in the middle, and then kind of wrap the edges around with a little bit more heat. But my friends, do not be like me. Use a heat-safe mat. Normally I would redo this, but we're just gonna move on because warbler is expensive as hell. I got to work on the second bracer, taking the knowledge that I just learned from my mistakes. Once your delectable sandwich is complete, you can heat it up more and then heat form it to your body. And as you can see, the first attempt was garbage. Both the bracer and the bicep piece were a little too short, so I did end up having to kind of make a little extension piece. Oh, gooly doggly. Let's look at the progress. We have the bicep and the bracers. I'm pretty happy with it. It's not super clean, so that's really good progress for today. Tomorrow we're just gonna keep going. I'm gonna go have a snack, and I suggest you do too. You deserve it. See you tomorrow. Don't watch me. We're here at the craft store because I need more foam and better X-Acto blades. The old Nick mess around. Is this in park? This is in park, right? Where is it? Okay. Alright, let's go.
Also, this way, there's some claws on here.
When Michael's had Warbler and cosplay supplies. Damn you, Michael! Kids foam sheets. Unfortunately, this is kind of small compared to the old packs that I used to get, so I did also grab some bigger individual sheets. I'm going to do the chest piece because it's really intimidating me. Maybe if I start with that and get that out of the way, maybe I'll feel better about things. Went in and I made these holes bigger. They weren't quite matching the reference, so now I feel like they match a little bit better. Every lady superhero getting ready for a battle. It's fine. It's lumpy, it's bumpy. But who among us, right? Kind of repair work here. Could not get it to bend almost completely 90 degrees. Or 45? Listen, you're not here for math, are you? Without it bulging, so I kind of had to cut like a dart and then refill that with Warblap. I'm gonna figure it out. Let's do it. A lot of this project was just adjusting by looking at the reference photos. Like for instance, she had this little gill underneath the main bodice piece, and so I tried to replicate that with the craft foam sheets. Also for the neck piece, I redid a pattern piece because it was just easier for me to draw it on and have full control over what I wanted it to look like. For the shoulder pieces, I really just wung it, baby. Made these little darts like you would in fabric to kind of allow a more rounded shape once I glued it all together. After I was looking like a little football player, I was pretty happy. Alright, ready? I might cut that down just a little bit. That's not bad, I think, for the front. And then I just have to do the back. Ooh-wee! I need a nap. Okay. Calling that it for today, and then tomorrow, again, just gonna keep on working. Also, for those of you wondering, yes, I have created a human tornado explosion. Let's talk progress. Oh, as the great Evan McAllister once said, woof. So, it is now, I guess, technically day 5. Progress has been made. Essentially, I did a whole day's worth of work and didn't really talk to the camera. So, let me talk about what I did. I was awaiting a shipment of Warblast, so the day started with this seemingly kindergarten craft. But actually, it would serve as the template for my finger armor. Each finger except the thumb has 3 different joints, so I made those. They have to act as sort of rings and wrap around my finger. I measured my fingy, accounted for that until it looked like little tiny Buzz Lightyear packages. Realizing I probably could have worded that better, but anyways, I tested out all the templates on my fingers, making adjustments as I saw fit, and then transferred all of those to foam, which ended up being a little fruitless, and I will explain why. Initially, I tried the same sandwich method I had been using, but it was a little too thick, and while it did give the inner child in me a little flashback of Bugle witch fingers, it was way, way too thick, so I ended up sandwiching with just 2 layers of Warbla, and it was way thinner and way easier to form around my fingers. I have never felt sassier than I have felt putting that finger armor on my hands. I am officially concluding that if I wore these on a daily basis, all of my life problems would cease to exist. The confidence?
Added bonus of being perfect for squitches.
Finally, my new shipment of Warbler came in, so I got to work on the Warbler diaper. Listen, there is no graceful way to heat form this to your own body. Either you look like a 65-year-old man unabashedly picking a gigantic wedgie, or if you use a mannequin, get ready for some sensual caressing. Plan for today. I'm going to try to finish up all the base pieces. I have to do the back, the 2 thighs, the 2 calves, and then all of the hinges on the elbows and the kneecaps. Once we're done with that, I can start adding some of the details in, fancy frills and gills on the diaper and on the butt. perhaps start sealing some of the foam and some of the warbler. What have I done? It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I have faith, I think.
E6.
That I might be able to pull this off.
And then the
Just
claws. Almost done here.
So as far as the leg armor, I'm going to be real with you. I am switching to EVA foam. Not only could I not order Warbler in time to finish this, but also, it's freaking expensive. When I think about how much I've already spent on Warbler for this project, I want to vomit. I don't think I could justify buying any more. I'm going to switch to EVA foam, which is much cheaper. We're going to see how it performs, I guess. So that's here. I can skip the whole sandwiching part, so that's good. I'm still going to have to heat it up to form it to my leg. Like butter. I am sure there was a better way to do the frills on the diaper, but I just kind of eyed it and cut out as I thought necessary, covered it all in contact cement, started layering on the gills.
Saying all this on the piece, that's a good idea.
This morning really started as a catch-up where I was gluing a lot of straps, finishing up the tiny little pieces that I hadn't done yet. I started making all the details that I needed to make for my little Michael Jackson power gloves. It's crunch time, baby, and I am feeling it. I am EB and EB sleepy. As you can see, I did not get to any of the sealing. Turns out I had a lot more to do before I could do that, so that's fine. That means I have to do it now and hope that it is going to set in enough time that I can paint it, because the photo shoot is tomorrow. It's not my brightest moment. This is the part in the project where adrenaline kicks in. I'm ready! Wax bond and gesso. Read that sealing warbler, gesso, many layers of gesso. It's what a lot of people do. I don't know if those people know about flex bond because it's specifically by warbler. And I've used it for my dragon project. Dries fast, sets really nice and glossy and smooth. I essentially spent all day just coating every piece, sometimes in a couple different layers. And then that night, I hand-painted a lot of the pieces with the chrome paint that I have, which yet again proved to be a fruitless endeavor, which I will explain, aside from my time lapses being thwarted by an unexpected visitor. Excuse me? Making my way downtown. Can you buzz off? Eventually I did run out of this tiny little bottle, and I switched to chrome spray paint, which was way better. I don't know why I didn't do this initially. I think I just had bad experiences with chrome spray paint not being this shiny, but I think because of all the layers of Flex Bond that I used, it really, really helped make this shine. It's the final countdown! Alright, partners. Photo shoot is in T-minus 8 hours. Yikes. Okay, so last night I did go in and paint everything. It's time to do the plastic bits. That. Lost my balance a little. This, my friends, is transparent warbler. Same idea as regular warbler. I should be able to heat form this. Just one layer. For the chest area. Booby dome. Which sounds a little bit like a dome. This is just an acrylic half dome, 5 inches diameter. I'm using this for forming, which I think will come in handy for other future armor projects. If you're like me, constantly toiling the line, booby armor, or just no booby armor. Okay. Ooh, all right. Stretch it. Ouch, hot. Ow. These little darts are on the edges. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, we're getting there. Like a glove. Ouch. Aha! I only need like that much. Oh, that's not bad. That's really cool. Let's do it. And then the Fire Nation attacked.
I am like this.
The process of the other clear plastic bits was really easy. I would just slightly heat form it to the place that I wanted it to go, and then hot glue it into the holes. This part of the process was definitely daunting me the entire time. I was a little nervous that leaving this for the last minute would really bite me in the tushy, but it wasn't that bad. And so naturally I will continue forth and not learn anything from my mistakes. It's a slight change of plans, which I'm very grateful for. Olivia, who's going to be taking the photos for me, is an angel and suggested that we do it tomorrow morning and not tonight. I have been running around like an old wizard who has lost something integral to his studies, and I am exhausted. So that gives me the night to just really make sure everything is okay, get the photo shoot area set up, and everything that I need to do. And so, with that being said,
Goldburn is not very gold. I have to go through and repaint him.
Zapped me. Oh. Ta-da! I was gonna just do the wrap up tomorrow because I am very tired, but you know what? This is what the end of a gigantic week-long project looks like. She is done. I have thought of nothing but this project. Fine dining and breathing. Freaking happy and like kind of emotional that it's done, even though it was only a week of my life. I'm gonna be honest with you, about halfway through I kind of got the, what am I doing? Is this entirely pointless? Is this an extraordinary amount of effort for something that I'm probably not going to wear all that often? Yes. It was more or less just a project to see if I could actually do it and what I'm capable of in a week. Recently, my projects have been very sewing based. Therefore, my confidence has just been very wavering. Kind of selfish, and I just wanted to see if I could do it. And I think, overall, I'm super freaking happy with it. One of those projects that I think I'm gonna look at and be like, I didn't make that. I think that it looks pretty dang similar. For the most part, it's pretty symmetrical. Coming from me, very surprising. There are a few pieces that are a little wonky. The thigh guard does not come up as far as hers. I don't know, I don't mind it. It kind of gives like a more retro, like 60s go-go vibe. There are some messy bits, like up here was a little bumpy and messy. Some of the leg pieces could have fit a little bit better. I knew going into this, it was not going to be perfect. I'm very happy with the results. This project was an exercise in self-restraint, as you have no idea how badly I wanted to weather this baby. put dirt in the corners and put rust, dripping rust. I am very tempted to take this armor, make it look like it belongs in the Fallout universe, and so I just might. It's going to be very weird not working on it. I do feel like I just birthed this newborn child, and now I need to just put it to the side until I have need for it again. So yeah, I hope that you had fun with this journey. If you would like to see a behind the scenes of the whole photo shoot with Olivia, me getting into all of this armor. Dark Crystal, those big.
No, I know. Don't kill me. I haven't watched it.
I'm going to have an extra video up on Patreon next week. And yeah, that's it. I'm going to take the longest nap any human ever took. I love you whether you're new or old. I love you whether you are new or old to this channel. If you're new here and you feel like sticking around, feel free to subscribe. I upload every other Friday, and we have fun here. And I will see you in my next video. Bye! A few...
My autofocus thinks that the nipples are eyeballs.
I think, yeah, Goldburn is done. Not so gold. There he is, in all his gold glory. light stand handy. So to make him a shield, we will do the following. Shield mode. Pull the helmet out. While I'm there, let's clean this off. This goes here. Let's go down. These things will fold down. I'm missing something with these. Oh, I see. I'll clear this off there, so I see where they're supposed to go now. I see. I knew I was missing something. Well, obviously I didn't know I was, but I do see I'm missing something obvious now. That goes there, and then this. Okay. That is how that attaches. That's what I was missing. Okay. All right, that folds in there. That's much okay. And then this is the handle for the shield. I think this is also how it becomes the armor, just instead of doing this. Okay, that goes in the hand like so. Let me take that off this wrist for a second while I... There. Okay. Darius with the shield. Get a picture of this. Oh god, I still have the complete oversplash on the tail still here. That looks bad. Time for a Gridburn night mode. Pull his hand off. Okay, so let's burn. Let's do Gridburn Night. Pull the head off again. Let's put the legs. Rotate the feet up. Those will fold up. This folds up. this way around. Okay, okay, okay. And they've learned that they need to take off the back. Okay, that's good, that's good. Just attach this to the back like so. Gridknight. Basically, Gridknight's flight mode. I think it's only used once in the show. Maybe twice, I don't know. Now the star attraction. Let's use the last couple pieces. Is this a stand? Okay. This is going to be the harness that lets him that holds him in combined form. this is frame that'll make his body. D4, D5, D9 will be something else. So this means money orientation. Large hole. Oh, okay, large hole, small hole. Supposed to sit flush? Because it's not sitting flush. Usually these snap in. I'll let it be for now. Stand adapter, I guess? I don't know. Wing adapters? Okay. And then here's the cape. And then the giant. Okay. Anything I missed? No. Okay. Alright. I could show off the combination with grid. Well, I guess I have to anyway. Let's switch to a POV here. Let you see what I see. Just this boom in a while. Okay. starters, here is, let me take that off. Okay, so here's DYNAZENON, full power Gridman, and Gridknight all together. The Gridman inside of full power Gridman is exactly the same size as this Gridknight. He sits like this. Literally the only sculpting difference is the head here. Otherwise he's identical. Just for perspective. I'm not going to take apart this Gridman because it's a pain in the ass. Maybe you heard me. So let's just go ahead and get into the combinations with Gridknight here, or with DYNAZENON. And in the show, he used to visit as being the same size as DYNAZENON. I knew they weren't going to be able to pull that off. A bigger scale one would be nice, but maybe that's coming. I don't know. They haven't said anything. They haven't said anything about like the. I'm sure they're doing the Rogue Kaiser Gridman from the movie, so we'll just see. And I'm breaking a rule by doing backlighting. Here's a dynamic cannon, so I got to take you apart first for this. Take the arms off. That's never happened before. As you can see, I've done a little bit more paint work on this, but not enough. I do apologize for that. So here is Striker. I keep saying I'm not going to do these long ass streams, and then I do. Okay. Dyna wing. Not going to fold those back. That's just a pain in the ass to do that. Too many straight parts here. Dyna wing. Dyna soldier.